Start recording. Here we are. Welcome, YouTube. Hi, it's brighter in here today because it's a sunny day. And we're picking up where we left off. I actually want to go a little bit faster today because I need to get to the backing up etcd part because I need to practice that, which means I want an actual system I can back up and practice restoring. Before I write the code to do that, I'm going to finish the backup code by tomorrow, which is a work requirement, and then we're going to go ahead and do the practice of restores probably over the weekend. So the last thing we have to do, we did sudo apt install kubelet, kubectl, and kubectl, and that's done, right? So what we did not do is we need this step here, apt mark hold kubelet, kubdm, ctl. So that tells it to not auto update when you do the other updates for the system, and that's like super important, and I forgot to do that. So I'm going to add that right now. Kate's nodes. We already have that. So let's go ahead and yank this guy. I'm not going to do the whole. I'll tag this one so we only run the tag. Tag. Is it tags or tag? Is it? I think it's tags, right? We'll call Mark. Let's see. Mark packages so they don't auto update. Tags. And I don't, there's probably a mark. I'll have to look it up. Ansible apt mark. I bet it is. App module. Apt mark hold and apt mark hold with Ansible module writing. Let's read this. Let's see. Dpackage selection hold install. You can use the dpackage selections module for this. Hold Qbdm. Dpackage selections name Qbdm selection hold. Selection install. Composite mark unhold. I think it's obvious, not obvious, and we're saying that selection install corresponds to app mark hold. Unhold. Okay. So dpackage selections. Is that a standard module? I assume it is. Qbdm hold. Can we do a list? I wonder if it'll take it. Well, let's go look. Let's go look. We got our hint. dpkg selections. And let's go read about it. Ansible doc. The man pages for Ansible. This needs to be shorter. dpkg selections. Damn it. All right, so that's added in core. Set selection, get selections, name of the package selection, the selection state to set, which was going to be install. Apparently, it has to be one at a time. So we're going to put a loop on this guy. Yep, we're going to definitely put a loop. Yeah. It's too bad it doesn't take a list. That would have been nice. So I have to practice my Ansible list context syntax. I don't know it. Let me say item. And I don't even know how to do this. I don't. I have to go look it up again. I think I have to put a loop there and I have to put all the items in a loop, right? How to loop keyword with examples. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it is that. Hey, what a nice sub that is. All right, so let's do loop. Takes a list. Does it have to be higher up on the list? I don't know. So dash kubeadm. Yep. And then we're gonna do something item. That should do it. That should do it. Wait. It's part of the generic task. It's not part of the module. Okay. It's part of the module. So, okay. Okay. So, unindent. Well, this is a part of the task. Oh, it's part of the task. So that makes it a part of the task. I see. This is the... I got you. All right. We also need name and we need selection. What was it? Was it uninstall? Hold. Selection, hold. Yeah. All right. There we go. So, and we can run that with Mark. We should be able to anyway. I wish you could dry run this, but I can't. Where's my BK? Do I have an Ansible something? Ansible playback in my history? I think I do. There we go. BK install node, and we need dash T. Oh, you can't do check? Really? Oh boy. Cows are happening. Cows are happening with utters that are W's. Or change if you change the files. Fetch the key. Oh, I don't want all that. I want dash T mark. Gather facts. Okay. Mark packages. It did it. Huzzah. All right. So that was apparently that didn't actually do it. I hope it didn't. How do we even know? I don't know. Install Kate's nodes. Okay. Selection. Hold item. Do package messages. So they don't auto update. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah. All right. So we're going to do it without the check now. Because apparently it worked. I like Ansible. I'm not going to lie. I like it. I like it because it gets shit done fast. You know how long it would take me to do this if I had to do any of this with just directly from Python or something? It would just be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous. The only time people appreciate this is when they're starting to use more than like 10 machines at a time. It's just completely impossible to think about doing that one at a time. I'd be here for another 2 hours. Right. Well, that was relatively easy to figure out. So that's good. No need to set up a server or Puppet or Chef. No, I know that's what's so crazy. Yeah, as long as you have your inventory file, which you can copy with you anywhere. Yeah, I know. It's phenomenal. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, all right. So what do? We added apt mark to kubeadm. Kubelet, that was the thing that we forgot last night, and kubectl, which is yesterday. And then what? All right, so now we're off to the next steps. I really don't even know if we need to do anything. Now, it does say they're in a crash loop, so I want to show this. If you go to any of the machines, so let's go to one of our control planes. Yeah. AWX actually gives Ansible web interface. Wow. So I didn't know that. So that's nice to know. It's kind of got enterprise adoption, so got to learn it. Control 1. So, I mean, Salt Stack's probably cool, but version of AWX. Yes. All right. So what do we have here? kubectl. I'm going to NFS mount my home directory eventually. I'm not going to do that right now. Hey, Flying Worker. Get PO. Connection post located was refused. Did you specify the rig? Did you specify the rig host or port? Okay, apparently we haven't started our kubelet. So, yeah. Our kubelet is not running. So we're not quite done here. I don't know if that's because of the way we did it, but we need to start our kubelet. And this was not covered in the docs here. So get it install. This is supposed to have started kubelet, but apparently it's not. There is no. A server as root. That's really weird. Yeah, no way. Not without the sudo. That's one of the things I like about Ansible is the become thing. You have to type a password every time. You know how awesome that is? I love that. Okay, so I love that they can do that. What was I going to do? Why is kubelet not running? How to start. It didn't cover that in the docs, so I'm going to go look. How to start the kubelet service. Office chair recommendations. Cheapest possible chair with ventilation. Mesh. That's my recommendation. Yep. Make sure, I don't like arms on my chair, so I can sit Indian style when I want. That's my preference. So I can do this when I want to. Like, you know, if I really want to. I kind of want to right now. I need to start doing more yoga. I can sit like this. See, if I had elbow arms on it, I couldn't do that. Also, for some reason, I feel like I get a workout when I don't have armrests. There, you asked, I answered. My lower back is fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any problems with my lower back. Of course, I've been doing yoga for a long time, so I sit up straight. My back doesn't touch the chair very often. Sometimes I get lazy when I get drinking, and I'll like lay back and stuff. Ansible can be installed with pip, and you're not going to get nagged. Interesting. I like your perspectives on SaltStack. I would not have known that. The whole root server thing is a no-brainer for me. I would never take it. Anything that's running as root on my machine, bye-bye. Not doing it. Not doing it. I don't trust them. That's why I don't like controllers, OpenShift Controller Manager, because it has to have essentially root access to your server, like to everything. And you know they ran Tiller out of town on Helm 1 because of doing the same thing, and apparently Red Hat can do it. I don't buy into that. That's why I don't buy into the whole controller model, which by the way died in 2013 or whatever, or 2016. Nobody does that anymore. They can still try to do Operator Hub and all that, but it's relatively dead because it's a poor architecture. It's completely bad. It requires you to install an operator in your Kubernetes cluster that has full permissions to everything. It's equivalent of running a root process. You write your own inventory plugin uses libvirt. Nice. Anyway, so kubelet service. Kubelet is an actual service? What? Systemctl status kubelet. It's not been started. Activating auto restart. Loaded, enabled. It just hasn't been started. Why is it saying activating? Result exit code. Turns it into a Kubernetes node. Yes, it is. This is what it is. And I didn't think it was kubelet that it was in a crash loop state. I thought it was actually running and then it would. I think it might actually be running in a crash loop state. Let's try to turn this on. If we can turn this on, we actually might have to modify our Ansible install script playbook. Okay, so sudo system ctl kubelet start kubelet. It's already enabled, so that means after a reboot it would come back. For some reason though, it didn't get started. So we're turning it on our control plane. Unit kubelet. Kublet. There's not a kublet. There's only kubelet. 3.7. What? Who has to install Python 2.7? I would never do that. Daemon reload. I don't think it's been started at all. Let's go figure that out. Oh, you know what it is? The kubelet keeps crashing. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's go check. Activating. It keeps saying activating. I think it's in a crash loop. I think it's in a crash loop, and it starts and then dies and starts and dies. Yeah. Journal ctl-u kubelet. Yep. Main process exited. Stop start. Yeah, it's in a crash loop. Which we want. I just thought the crash loop was gonna not be an actual crash. I didn't realize it was gonna be an actual crash. Kubernetes is not an agent. It's not an agent yet. It's daemon reload is only needed if you're changing the files. So kubelet is starting up as a daemon. I don't think we need to stop it actually. I don't know if we even need to do that. Oh yeah, the error is a control. The error is an expected error. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's a problem, right? It's a problem that we want to see. So let's go all the way to the bottom. Wow, how isn't there like a tail? What is the tail? Is it -f? It is -f. Kubelet service failed with result exit code. It's actually what is that? I thought it was follow. Oh, it starts at the end of the log, or follow. Okay. Main process exit code. Blah blah blah. So this is actually doing what it's supposed to do. So it is getting started all the time, right? Because it's been enabled. Yeah, look at that. It keeps writing a new one. Right. It's fine. It's all fine, my friends. Nobody needs to panic, because this is. I just didn't realize when they said crash loop, it said the kubelet is now restarting every few seconds. So that's what they mean by that. It's not like it's on. It's a daemon's on. It's like no. It's literally restarting every few seconds. Has a Reverted module. It's fine. As it waits in the crash loop, as it continues to crash, and fill your logs. Just, it's okay, because it's time for Qbdm to come to the rescue and tell it to do something properly. So that's all good. That's expected behavior, as they say. Yeah. Okay, checked that kubelet is indeed crash looping as expected. Burn, baby, burn. Expected behavior, the program crashes regularly. Configuring the cgroup driver. Damn, I don't want to do this, but we have to do it. Both the container runtime and the kubelet have a property called cgroup driver, which is important for the management of cgroups and Linux machines. You guys know what cgroups? Cgroups, it's a feature. Cgroups enable stuff. Cgroups enable stuff. Control groups, yes. These are necessary for containers, but it's not container group. Warning: matching container runtime and kubelet cgroup drivers is required, otherwise the kubelet process will fail. Matching the container runtime and kubelet cgroup drivers is required. Both the container runtime and the kubelet have a property called cgroup driver, which is important. Well, I hope we got the right ones. How would we know? Okay, so configure a cgroup driver. All right. This page explains how to configure how the kubelet cgroup driver to match the container runtime group. Before you begin, you should be familiar with Kubernetes container runtime requirements. Yes, we already did that. We put CRI on there. Configuring the container runtime cgroup driver. The container runtime page explains that the system driver is recommended for Qbdm based setups instead of the cgroup fs driver. I don't remember that. Let me go read it. We already read all this. We're going to read it again. Docker shim is removed. Forget about it. You need to install container runtime. Did it. CRI-O. Kubernetes 1.25. We're not doing 1.25. We're doing 1.24. Yeah? Tell me we're not doing 1.24. What is this? Oh, this is me setting up my... that was a long time ago. Yeah, I'm setting up a Ubuntu mirror internally. So everything's like wicked fast. What was I looking at? I was doing something else. Container runtime. SSH control 1. I need to get my profile over there. kubectl dash version. Major version 1.25. Apparently I am using 1.25. Why am I doing that and not using 1.24? I wanted 1.24. How did I get 1.25? Because I installed the latest, yeah? I might want to reconsider that. I don't think I want to use 1.25. I don't. God damn, that's compiled with 1.19 Go. That's crazy. That's like really new. I don't know if I want 1.25. How would I even install a specific version? That's an important thing to be able to do. Looked into how to install specific version, because there are applications that have specific version requirements. So knowing how to install a specific version is really key. That's an important task. So yeah, I kind of want to re-examine my installation and ask myself, why is it installing that specific version? Yeah, I think it's we don't need those debs anyway. I'm not going to do the deb thing anymore, but it was fun. I'm going to eventually all of this stuff, after I get it done, I'm going to put it into a nice, pretty clean playbook that I manage, that I love, that I get to use and give sweet, loving, tending care to, and that will be my instant Kubernetes cluster playbook, and then I will adapt that to make it from VMs. Yeah. So. And it's going to spin up the VMs too. Yeah. Yep, for sure. I'm going to spin up VMs using the libvirt on my VM machine. And yeah, I'm basically going to do everything that I was going to do with Fluff, which is a Go program I was writing that was going to do it directly with VM Camera. I'm going to do it all from Ansible though. Yeah, I'm so sold on Ansible. I'm good to go with that. So, besides, it's good exercise. I mean, come on, if you know Ansible, it's an employable skill. You need to learn it. If you're an infrastructure engineer, you don't know Ansible today in 2022, you probably need to learn it, even if you hate it. You really do. Yeah, it's got so many advanced features, and I don't. I've told you I don't like the marketing stank on it, but whatever. So, it works. Bottom line, it just works. So the problem here is that this automatically added the repo and install the given package, but it didn't say what version of the package. Now, I understand from the APT thing that I can actually do an equals like whatever version, and it will do that specific version. So I have a decision to make. First of all, how to do it. Secondly, how do I regress a package? What do I do if I've already installed on 30 machines? If I install the wrong version, I need to regress it. So this is an essential Ansible skill that I need to learn how to do. I don't know how to do it at all. So we'll need to look at that. Let's look at the Ansible thing really quick. I definitely want to have 1.24 on. Actually, another reason to learn how to do this is because if you're a very realistic scenario is like, hey, we're running 121 and we're going to upgrade to 122. So I need to set up 2 clusters. I need to set up a 121 cluster so I can go through the upgrade process and know how to do it. And I want to spin up that cluster instantly using VMs and Ansible. I will probably be using Vert Manager for that because of Mossy. So I think this center YAML, yeah. It's wrapped per Miko, which is SSH, yes. You cannot do the same thing in Python. No, you can't. No. Do you want? Let me show you. I mean, I get this all the time, and believe me, I was with you. I was with you. I was the person throwing stones at Ansible. I was definitely, but not anymore. You can't do this in Permico. No. You cannot manage a list of all your hosts in YAML using really complex pattern matching for the names. Try that with Permico. No. For that alone, it's worth using Ansible all by itself. I did this yesterday. I'm not going to do it again. I'm sold. If you want to know why, those are the reasons. But yeah, I was not an Ansible fan when I came to this. I've become a convert though for sure. All right. So anyway, kubeadm, kubectl, these things need to be. This here needs something, and we have to go look that up. So let's do that. Let's read the docs. God forbid. On apt. So apt manager version 2 allow changes of packages. We're using PKG, which is an alias for name. And so we'll go find the name one. Name, there we go. So see here. So a list of package names, blah, 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 like foo equals whatever, and foo is greater than name wildcards. So we need to know the exact version, and I don't know the versions. So in fact, I don't even know how to look for the versions. It says just 1 dot whatever, so I guess you can use a major minor version without patches. So I suspect we could do this. We could say 1.24, which is the LTS release. I assume that they're all going to be the same, but I don't know, right? So what I want to know is, does it regress? We're looking for that. VMs over SSH. Yeah, so only upgrade a package if it's already installed. No. Force the exit code of blah. No. Purge will force purging of configuration files if the module state is set to absent. No. Indicates a desired package state. Latest ensures that the latest version is installed. Build dep ensures the package build dependencies are installed. Fixed attempts to correct a system with broken dependencies in place. Choices are absent, build up, latest, present, default equals present. Yeah, there's got to be something here that says they downgrade. Run the equivalent API update. No, that's cool, but no. Don't need the updates. Upgrade. Warns an app to do safe upgrade and full performance app to do safe. Nope. Check mode can run in check mode to return change status predictions. Okay. Diff mode will return details. Okay, we need to run a check on this to see what it's going to do. Full safe edit alias is yes. Install a current version. Update cache, yes. Let's see. Foo packages. Full tools. Oh, look at this. Update the repository cache. No. Install the blah, 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 and allow potential down. Whatever. Allow downgrade. Yes, there it is. We found it. Thank you for saying so. Allow downgrade. Yes. All right. Now, that could be a variable, actually. I could make that a variable if I wanted. Should I do that? Should I make it a variable? Should I make it a var? I don't even know how to do a var in here. Would it be a Jinja thing? Probably would be. It probably would be. It'd probably be a Jinja thing. Shars, how you doing? We got the magic 50 viewers again. There's something about my stream. I always have exactly 50 viewers, according to my stuff. Now I'm down to 41. People ran away. Now I'm back up to 49. I spoke too soon. It's Jinja 2. So I could put 1.24 here, yeah? So let me say this. So I could do vars. Yeah, I could say version. You could have that version a separate file even. What? This is crazy talk. This is crazy talk. 1.24. I'm going to say Kate's verge. Kate's verge. There, how's that? I like that better. Kate's verge. Kate's version. Kate's dash virgin. Virgin. Kate's verse. Kate's ver. Look at the roles in order you want. I haven't even got into roles. I don't want to do that. I'm not ready for that. It's too early. I need milk before meat. It's Kate's version. There. Did I do that right? I need to give it a tag too. Tags. Apt install. Yeah. Did I not do it right? What the hell? How is it? I need quote the whole value. Oh. Well, I guess I don't need it then. I don't need to quote it then. Which is Ginger template. There's got to be an Ansible plugin. Does anybody have a good one that they want to do so I can get my pretty colors? That knows about the Ginger thing mixed into YAML. Okay, it's already lagging. Yeah, well, don't we all? Oh, it will not be parsed by Ginger? You kidding me? Can be used for dictionaries too. Oh my god. Thank you for noticing that. Oh my god. Alrighty, there you go. There you go. All right, so that is not something I would have thought of. I'm glad you thought of it. So they're required to quote things that have Ginger 2 expressions to location. That makes sense. And before anybody complains about, templated YAML, that's the world we live in. Helm charts. Do I have to go on? That's the world we live in. It's not going to change anytime soon. So I have a healthy dose of reality in my work here. There's other things that are probably better. I think Q would probably be a better solution, but it just doesn't have adoption. Bottom line. So what are we going to do now? Well, we're going to try this. I'm looking for my BK again, because if I find BK, I find that. Okay, so apt install. Aloha. How about we not and say we did, and we ban your ass. Bye. Okay. BK-T. And then what? Apt install case nodes.yaml. It was just trying to sell me advertising. Oh. I think this is gonna work. I'm very confident. But I've been confident and wrong before. Many times. Gathering facts. Okay. All right, cow. I mean, the cow makes me happy. I'm not going to lie. The cow makes me happy. Oh, fuck. Fuck. What do you mean there's no installation candidate for... I'm sorry, I swore it was not suitable for work, but it's also... That is the language of a technologist. There is no kubeadm 1.24? Well, what is there then? How do I do wildcards in my things? Yeah. Ansible Kubernetes apt install version patterns. Let's go look at that. Apt module. We already looked at this, but we'll look again. Choices no or yes. Allow downgrade, yes. Devs download and push to notes. I'm not doing that anymore, Kevin. No. I'm just pulling them. I'm pulling off the internet, and I'm later going to change my mirror list to point to my internal mirror. Yeah, I want to downgrade, and I activated downgrade. That's what I did. I said allow downgrade is true. Yeah, I've decided that the model... long story short, I did this yesterday. I spent an hour making this decision, but I've decided to model my lab after if I was running my own consultancy and I wanted to set up a small academic think tank to do machine learning. What would I put in my infrastructure? And so that's what I'm doing. Which means that I would run my own Ubuntu mirror internally, if not pro, and then I would pull that stuff off that, and I would make sure it was relatively clean and safe and all that. It would also not require going out to the internet, and I'm going to try to do a zero trust deployment. So I'm going to assume my end users don't have SOX proxies and stuff like that. They're going to have direct access to the internet. A bunch of stuff that we need to discuss that I need Tony Fa here to discuss, or somebody who's done this kind of enterprise planning. Anyway, so apparently the version, it's not matching the version, which is a problem, right? I'm not using a local mirror yet. I'm not using a local mirror yet. Could it be that it's not in my list? I haven't pointed to local mirror, but you make a good point. God, you know what? You make a good point. My mirror is going to have to probably change in size. I'm going to have to store the backport stuff. Oh, you know what? I didn't add a repo for all the old stuff. Yeah, I see what your point is. Night shift sucks. You should do what's good for your health. So this here is getting the latest, yeah? Add the Kubernetes apt repo. Kubernetes Xennial. See this? So many things. Oh, I know there's tons. So what I'm thinking is that I actually don't have access to that version. But installing a previous version of Kubernetes is a really important skill. I can't believe they don't cover that. Not to mention the fact that it's required for upgrades. God, I'm glad I'm going through this. Because, look, in order to... It says right there. Look at this. Warning. These instructions are Kubernetes packages require special attention upgrade. Version and SKU policy. You have to install one version at a time. If you have to install one version at a time, you better damn well know how to install from apt the proper version and not the latest. And even better if you can do it from Ansible, which I don't know how to do. A beautiful self. Thank you. So version 1.24.star. Well, is he saying I'm not beautiful? Well, damn, muscle me. Make sure I think she's beautiful too. Whoever it is, it's not me probably. I mean, I feel offended now. No, not you, old man. I'm not offended. I'm just having fun. That was before you spotted. Oh, was it? No, untake it back. Untake it. Take it back. All right, fine. All right, fine. We won't speak about my beauty any further. I know I'm beautiful on the inside. That's all that matters. So there. My wife loves me. My dog loves me. Okay, here we go. Ready? Okay. That's like what cheerleaders say. I don't know why that's in my head. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Ready? Oh. Yes, Smithers. Yes, Smithers. It will work. Please work. The evil cows are doing their thing. Fly, my cows. Oh, fuck. That doesn't look like it worked at all. QACTL 0 upgraded. Fine. It got, look. Wait, what? What? Wait. Qbdm equals 1.24.6-000. Kubelet equals 1.24, blah, blah, blah. Allow downgrades failed. Held packages were changed, and Y was used without allow change held packages. Oh! Guess what? Our hold worked. I feel so happy. This is the happiest red errors I've ever seen today. It actually did work, but it didn't do it because the held got in the way and said, I'm sorry, you marked these for no changes, and I refuse to do it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. I told you to do that. Good job. Best error of the day. Yeah, that's a happy error. That's a happy error. That's the thing doing what I told it to. I just forgot I told it to do that. That's all. All right, so here we go. Best case error. That kind of makes me like smile inside. All right, so we actually apparently have to unhold it. Allow change held packages equals yes. Ooh, that's scary though. Do I really want to do that? Happy little red hairs. That's a big ass property. I'm going to add it. Allow change held packages. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, I would like that very much. If you would oblige. Ready? Go. Every time I run Ansible and I get to watch all the cows and I have the stuff screened across the screen, I like Ansible a little bit more every time. Because it's so fun. It's so fun to like watch the little stuff, and I feel like I'm a hacker. And I got like stuff streaming across the screen with cows included. Oh, it's pausing at the moment of truth here. Oh my God. I'm getting the sense that it's actually doing something. Yeah. And it's like gold. Gold is a good thing, yeah? Move along. Do I have any coffee left? Oh, there's coffee. Yeah, I know. All right. Just a friendly reminder. I already received some. Okay. There we go. My wife makes the best coffee mugs. You know why? She cares about your lips. She makes this nice little lip on the cup that just fits in your little lips so well. Oh, it's perfect. You haven't lived until you've had a coffee cup that actually cares about fitting that little ridge of your mouth like really nicely. I mean, coffee's all about the experience, right? I told her this is like one of those mugs that like you would find on like a Star Trek episode where they land on a planet that they try to make look like Earth, but not really, and have it kind of be futuristic. This is the kind of coffee mug you see. It's like sort of like a sci-fi-ish earthy mug. Oh yeah, she's got so many of them, my friends. She does. She does this every day, all the time. I mean, that's not the only thing, but yeah, I most of the things that we put food on and eat from are works of art, which is really fun. Look at it! It did it! It did it! casually looks back at his screen, sees the success, erupts in happiness. This is awesome. Crockery. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Is that the official term, crockery? Success. All right, we're going to prove this success now. Yeah, we're going to log into our control plane node, and we're going to do the thing that we do. kubectl version. Please be 1.24. Please be 1. Yes, it is. It's 1.24. Yay. Okay, I feel so happy. Look at that. Go version 1.18. Okay, my friends. I now know. Now, the ironic thing is I can't tell you the underlying commands that it used. And I won't have Ansible when I do this upgrade. Or will I? We don't have Ansible at work. We don't have authorization to use it really yet. How's it going, Twisted Seed? So the question I have is, how would I actually do that from the command line? I mean, I won't lie. This is actually one bad side for using Ansible, is it hides the actual commands from you. Server connection refused. Well, yeah. I mean, that's expected. I'm not. That's not a problem. We haven't done any of that yet. We haven't kubeadmin anything because I didn't want to do that. When I saw 1.25, I was like, we need to get that on the right version. So yeah, I haven't done any of that yet, right? So that's that's all the setup after installing the Qbdm, kubelet, and kubectl and everything. And first we have to do the container stuff, which we've done. Okay, so reverted to 1.24 for everything was 1.25 because it put the latest on there. And we learned a lot about Ansible in the process, about how to revert, how to overcome the mark and everything. Suffice it to say, I don't think that'll be a problem when I downgrading from a current version is very unlikely scenario. I'm glad I did it, but when I do the upgrade at work to go from, we're on 1.21. Yeah, that's how bad it is. That's all security problems. We're supposed to go from 1.21 to 1.22, and then 1.22 to 1.23, and 1.23 to 1.34. And if you do it, you can't skip. If you skip over, you're out of support. You're like undefined according to Kubernetes. You're not supposed to do that. How am I doc my stuff? Oh yeah, that's the W in RWX. I write about stuff. Research it, write about it, so it sinks in my skull up here, and then try to blow things up by experimenting, exploring. That's the X. That is my mantra. It was read, write, execute, and it was kind of cute. It was like permissions. It was kind of a fun thing. And then I kind of found all this other meaning in it. As well, it's become a lifestyle, a way of living. Also coffee. My friends, we are very close to the next step. So, special attention. See the thing about SKU versus SKU policy version? Look at this. These instructions exclude Kubernetes packages to any system. This is because Qbdm and Kubernetes display special attention upgrade. Read this right here. So the reason I'm going through this is because this is exactly what we have to do at work. I have to do this one, and this one. And we have to decide if we're going to have a month between each or a week between each one or not. We have to be done by, we have to execute all that in January or so. So I am actually going to go through this entire upgrade process, but I'm going to use VMs and I'm going to build those VMs. I'm going to build an Ansible playbook that will install a full Kubernetes cluster using Qbdm that simulates the cluster I have in my VM space by next week. I need to figure this out. I'm going through the long one to install my main Kubernetes cluster, but eventually I'm going to be doing that, spinning up VMs on my VM machine, so that I can simulate these upgrades and do them. Like actually execute those upgrades in my lab, because I have to execute those upgrades in production at work on 3 different systems, 3 different clusters. So that's the kind of thing I don't want to screw it up in production. We do have a dev cluster, but even then it's become, how it is. People start using the dev cluster, they want it around. They don't want you to screw it. Determine what version to upgrade to. Anyway, so cgroup driver, we have to make sure the cgroup driver is the same. I have no idea what we're doing. Configuring a cgroup driver, we're back into that. Did I put that in the list? Okay, so configure the cgroup driver. I mean, I guess it's the same. I don't know. Why is that word not happy? Why is it not happy? W. Was it AG? There, we'll add it. Okay. The version bump. I don't know what that means. I have not. Are you going to tell me something about it supporting Rust? If so, save your breath. So there is a v2 of cgroups. How am I doing? Thumbs up, yes. Well, what else are you gonna do? You gotta do it in the lab. This explains how to configure the kubelet cgroup driver to match the container runtime cgroup driver for kubeadm clusters. Before we begin, you should be familiar with Kubernetes container runtime requirements. We already did this, and this is where the whole 1.2.5 thing came out. I saw the 1.2.5 and I was like, oh, I'm on 1.2.4. We did CRI-O, we already installed it, and it was awesome. Kubernetes releases before 1.2.4 have a direct integration with Docker Engine. Is there a specific version of CRI-O for 1.2.4? Check the documentation for the version. Damn, I think we have to do that. God, I hope we don't have to redo the CRI-O installation. That will suck. Yeah. See our deployment guide. Shit. How do you know? CRI-O version support for version. Okay, here we go. Your container runtime must support at least v1 alpha 2 of the container runtime interface. Ours does. We know that for sure. Kubernetes 1.25 defaults using v1 of the ClusterAPI. Okay, well, we're not using that. We're using 2.4. If a container runtime does not support v1 API, the kubelet falls back to using the deprecated v1. I'm sure ours does. Simply secret driver per default, which is likely to work fine for you. Nice. Yeah, that's one of the reasons to go with CRI-O, I understand. Container D, no, we do the CRI-O. Let's go read it. Okay, so this section contains necessary blah. Follow the CRI-O install instructions, which we did already. I don't think that there is like a specific version that we need though. That would be, it doesn't make sense, right? So if we had a newer version, it would support the new v1 API or v2 or whatever, but it would still support the other old one. So, I mean, I imagine they have reverse compatibility. They've got to, because all the API stuff is like declared in the API, I think. On unclean. Oh boy. What is the end goal of a Homelab setup? What's this demo be able to do? Well, that's a big question. Everything. There, I said it. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this a lot. So, I mean, the short answer is everything I do at work plus everything I want to do personally. Kubernetes, pen testing, everything. Let's see, what is so here we go. We're going to have, just like CRI-O, create installation, secret driver. The secret CRI-O uses a system procedure driver per default. This is the one you're copy and pasting me, yeah. To switch to the cgroup FS cgroup driver, either edit, I don't want to. I want to use the systemd one. I wish bash would save history every 5 minutes. You can make it do that, you know. Mine does. You know, it's just very easy to do. It's annoying though. It's another reason to do that is if you want your different windows to all have the same history file. You can actually update it. You put something in the command prompt, and every time you hit enter, it saves it, commits to history. Not cron. I meant tabs. No, you put it in the command prompt. It's totally doable though. I've done it before. It was annoying though. I didn't want that because I would go on one window and I was like, why is my history different than the other window? The way by default, as you know, is that the history keeps adding up in cache and RAM, and then when that window closes, if it closes properly, it'll commit all that stuff to the history file, so it's all in order, and then it'll be in your history to go search for later. Yeah, I don't know. I think you could. Yeah, I don't know, because as soon as it gets committed to history, everybody sees that history. So, Claire and LS commands. I mean, yeah. Just put a space before it. Do space -c, do space clear, or do space C, whatever your alias is. Anything with a preceding space does not get saved to your history. So the problem you're having with history is probably because you're using zshell, and I can't help you there. That's why I don't use zshell. The things that you're experiencing are likely the same things that caused me to never use zshell. I don't like it trying to outthink me. So yeah, for no duplicates. Yeah, that's good too. That's a really good one. You're still to change C1 group, which has to be set to the value pod. Using group with cgroup fs. It sounds like not using cgroup fs is a bad idea, that we should use systemd, which CRI-O is from Red Hat, systemd is from Red Hat. I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer. It's generally necessary to keep secret driver configuration of a kubelet. I mean, why would you use cgroup fs instead of the cgroup from systemd? I don't understand. And it's like you're like swimming upstream. The CRI-O socket is blah by default. Yeah. As long as Ubuntu uses cgroups 2 by default. Why? That's a good. I mean, why is that relevant? It doesn't talk about that at all. You hear anything secret related because CRI-O has good defaults? I think it's probably true to say that. Decided that CRI-O defaults for cgroup systemd are good. Yeah, and we'll do that. Yeah, I actually don't even use the alias. You guys know my C command, right? That is faster than any command you'll ever execute, ever. Does the same thing. Yeah. We talked about this in the terminal day like 2 weeks ago on the boost. This clears the screen. This prints a, if you're using a curses terminal, this clears the screen using that thing, and it doesn't even execute a binary because bash has printf. So it just runs printf, and it's way faster than the clear command. So that is my recommendation. I got a follow for that. Thank you, John. Jean Pelgier. It's not faster if you can't tell. Oh, I guarantee it's faster. Do I need to benchmark it for you? I will. Not right now though. Yeah. Okay. So C groups are good. I think we pass on that. I think we covered that. If that's all in my dot files, by the way. So if you want my dot, go look at my bash recipe. There's stuff in there. Most of it, I mean, at least half of it's stuff I stole from other people over many years. CRI-O. So we're going to go back from this. We're going to go back to this. And we're going to go back to this. I can't quite articulate why we're using CRI-O instead of containerd. I had somebody ask me why the other day again, and I have a hard time answering that question other than to say that I trust Red Hat more than I trust Docker these days, and that it's reported that CRI-O runtime is faster and more efficient and more compliant as of 2022. This was not true last year. Last year didn't work. Containerd won. Containerd is also weird to install because it's a Docker project. It's still maintained by Docker, so you have to kind of, there's some of the packages I remember installing that had docker-ce, even though it was containerd, and I'm like, why? Because the docker CE stuff is to install the Docker engine. the free version of the Docker engine, which I am never, ever, ever, ever using. And so that was a little confusing. And the CRI-O install went through without a hitch. There was so far nothing. And I'm really happy with it. So it seems to be the preference these days. Runtimes. You stop using, well, when you say stop using Docker, what part of Docker did you stop using? Did you stop using, does that include containerd? Because that's maintained by the Docker project, right? So, yeah, you should be familiar with Kubernetes, Docker, not containerd. Right. Well, containerd is Docker. It's maintained by the Docker team. And when you use Kubernetes, you're using stuff from the Docker team then. Yeah, okay, got it. Just want to make sure that people get that. Containerd is also by default the one on the certification exam, apparently. Yeah, anyway. So just for the record, we're still using Docker CA at work, and we want to get off it. So that's actually one of the things that we're planning a massive upgrade to the cluster, and I think containered lol. Container runtime page explains the systemd driver. Configure the kubelet cgroup. CLI is called nerdctl. It is pretty damn close, yeah. The container runtimes page explains that the systemd driver is recommended for container kubeadm based setups instead of kubefs driver, because Qbdm manages the kubelet as a systemd service. Good. The page also provides details on how to set up the number of different container runtimes using systemd driver by default. So I have to know if containerd doesn't do that by default, because we know CRI-O does, thank God. We did the forwarding. Cgroup drivers. Unlike control groups are used to constrain resources to allocate processes, both the kubelet and underlying container runtime need to interface the control groups to ensure some resource. The interface to interface with cgroups, kubelet and container runtime need to use a cgroup driver. It's critical because the kubelet and container runtime uses the same cgroup driver. Okay, this is important right here. I imagine that's going to be on a test. It is critical that the kubelet and the container runtime use the same cgroup driver. You have to tell it. There are two cgroup drivers available: cgroupfs and systemd. Cgroupfs is a cgroupfs driver. The cgroupfs, I need to understand this stuff, so I'm going to read it. It's not on the test. Well, it should be. This is a big deal. Okay, the cgroupfs driver is the default cgroup driver in the kubelet. When the cgroupfs driver is used in kubelet, this doesn't make any sense. Does this mean I have to reconfigure the kubelets to not use the cgroupfs driver? When the cgroupfs driver is used, the kubelet and the container runtime directly interface, cgroup interface, blah, blah, blah. The cgroupfs driver is not recommended when systemd is a init system, because systemd expects a single cgroup manager on the system. Well, name a system where systemd is not the init system and it has Kubernetes. Someone help me out here. When is that ever a possibility? I mean, this is like a theoretical. I mean, there's anti-systemd people out there, but they're not using Red Hat, Ubuntu, or SUSE, or anything on Azure or Amazon. Do I need to go on? Debian? Somebody? Okay, that's really. This is like. Okay. Slackware. cgroupfs driver is not recommended. What? Okay, the thing I don't get is that cgroupfs is a default for kubelet, but systemd is on everything, and they didn't make that the default. That rubs me the wrong way a little bit. I have a feeling this is outdated information, and we're about to figure that out. Even the ones who don't use systemd. Well, and I understand that. Is the init system because systemd expects a single cgroup manager on the system. Additionally, if you use cgroup v2, use the systemd cgroup driver instead of cgroupfs. Okie dokie. Became GA in Qt 1.25. In 1.25, is the GA? Does that mean it's the default? or generally accepted. So you're on thin ice. What are you talking about? Are you talking about cgroup FS has a more mature support? Graduated to GA. Kubernetes 1.25 brings cgroup 2 to GA by letting kubelet use the latest container resource manager capabilities. Are you telling me that cgroup FS is what everybody's using? Oh my god. Effective resource management is critical response. This involves managing the finite resource due nodes or CPU, blah, blah, blah. So you're saying LBG, you use systemd on what version Kubernetes? 1.24? I mean, how far back do I have to go? If I install kubelet 1.24, which I just did, I mean, how do I even know which one it's going to use? How do I even know? Okay, so I now see why containerd might be popular. Yeah, but LBG, you're always making tweaks and configurations and stuff like that. So I'm trying to figure out what would be the easiest to use as default. Kubernetes is not easy. Are you kidding me? Not, especially in on-prem. No. I mean, I know you're kappa-ing that. All the different pieces that have to know about each other. On-prem Kubernetes is quirky. Of course it is. But they want it to be. They want you to pay the money to use the cloud. Yeah. So, but that's not always a possibility. Especially if you're doing modeling, petabyte model files or something like that. Systemd is chosen, let's see. Cloud Kubernetes is a walk in the park. Of course it is. Of course it is. They want the cloud to be a walk in the park. If you're on systemd distro, use systemd driver. I agree completely. But I need to know whether kubelet uses that or not, and I need to know how to look that up. Cgroup driver. So I'm actually going to have to do this. Systemd, it just says systemd has a cgroup driver and a kube configuration option. I don't even know where the fuck that lives. So set kubelet parameter via config file. A subset of, so it is a default. That's not what the docs say. The docs said the direct opposite of that. You want me to read it to you? So they said, right here, container runtime page explains this. It will configure the kubelet to use the right secret driver. Okay, nice. That's what we're doing. Container runtime requirements. Containerd, default. We're not doing that yet. Yeah, we're not doing that yet. We're getting there. We're not doing containerd. Even though containerd is on the test apparently, right? I'm not taking the test. I already decided. The certification is useless to me. A lot of people will probably get it, but knowing based on everything you told me, I have no desire to take the test. I say for CRI-O. Yeah. It's a system by default. That I know. But kubelet doesn't. CRI-O does, but kubelet doesn't. So that's... I read those words. I swear to God, I just read those words. No, I have not. We're staying on this particular thing. It was a different one. It was a different one. Where was it? I swear these docs are all over the board. Covers the CRI version support. Where was it? No, not the network plugin. We need that CNI. Unattended installations. Oh. Yeah, that's cool, but I don't know if I'm interested in that right now. I definitely want to do it eventually, though. Qbdm uses systemd by default. Since 1.2.2. That's super interesting. I am so glad that I need to read that, but because we're going to upgrade from 1.2.1 to 1.2.2, which means it's going to change the underlying thing, and it means that our container runtime engines are going to need to be using the same thing. And right now, they're definitely using cgroup FS. So what I'm trying to say is that for my enterprise installation plans, we have definitely got to consider upgrading our container runtime engines before we ever even do the upgrade. And that's a big deal. To upgrade all of the, I mean, we have thousands of nodes. So that is a huge, this is why I'm doing this, people. This is why I don't have any problem charging my employer for what I'm doing right now. And, I mean, that's a huge deal. That just planning that upgrade by itself, that one thing, which by the way, involves our infrastructure team instead of just us. That means we have to allocate time from the infrastructure team to upgrade all of our container runtime engines because we're going to be defaulting over to systemd. And I am now able to have that conversation with the infrastructure team and say, look, if we're going to go to 1.2.1 was kind of okay to not be on systemd for this stuff, but if we're going to go up, we should probably go all the way, and we should do the CRI-O upgrade, and we should switch everything over to 1. Because 1.2.2 is the first one that uses systemd by default, and CRI-O uses systemd by default. Therefore, we should. That's a big deal. I mean, I have thousands of machines that have to be upgraded before we can do any of this stuff, and that includes downtimes for the cluster and everything. This is problematic because you can't just take down your Kubernetes cluster to upgrade your container runtime engine. This is the day 2 problem in Kubernetes that's been written about a lot. There's a lot of shit in Kubernetes that has to be done to maintain it that it's revolving around upgrades and stuff like that. That is a pain in the ass. So what do? Do we take down the whole fucking cluster? Do I take down the whole entire cluster just to upgrade the container runtime engine? Because the container runtime engine has to be in sync with the kubelet version, and rolling up case nodes to replace one at a time. Yeah, but create a second cluster to the switcheroo. No, we don't have the option. No, we'd have to have like tens of thousands of dollars of hardware with like A100 GPUs and stuff like that in order to pull that shit off. That's not happening. That's why we have HA. Clusters all the way down. I have a feeling you have to take the whole thing. Upgrade uncordon. Drain, cordon node, upgrade uncordon. For every fucking node in the cluster. That is not happening in the time frame we've been given. Especially since we have to do it for every fucking version upgrade. And we have to go from 1.2.1 to 1.2.2 to 1.2.3 and then to 1.2.4. That's like 3 upgrades that have to happen. And then we have to decide whether we're going to do those like day 2 operations. Absolutely. That's this problem. I replace the nodes instead. Okay, but here's the problem. All right. So, and this is something we have to test before we even do this. So let's say I'm on 1.2.1, right? And then we have etcd that we have to coordinate on top of all of that. And not in plus upgrade. Right. I don't know, man. This is a big deal. This is a big fucking deal. You know what's funny is the people who set up this cluster, which by the way has not once been upgraded, didn't think about this stuff, and now I'm forced to think about it. Roll one minor version up at a time. Yeah. Here's the problem though, right? So if we go to the systemd, one mode at a time, rolling, replacing them. Yeah. Upgrading is pretty much the most complex and sensitive operation. It really is. And we are on a fucking timeline and we're really far behind. And we don't have monitoring systems in place to see if to regression test our applications to make sure they're still working. I don't think we should do any of this until we have regression testing and monitoring on all of our critical infrastructure operations applications that are running in our clusters. Because I can't even tell it's basically, if you've done any coding, if you don't do regression testing, you're fucked. Because you go change something because you're refactoring, you update a version, nothing should have changed, and you have no way to know whether you broke anything. Our way of knowing whether we broke anything is see if anybody screams at us. And that's not good. Before you start rolling. Exactly. Look, I am going to I'm going to make a big fucking stink about this at work. And if I have anybody at work who's listening, get ready. Because if we cannot do any upgrade until we can ensure that the whole cluster is healthy. And if we do not have really exhaustive monitoring and health checks in place for our existing ancient cluster first, then we are screwed if we're going to try to go do an upgrade. And I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And I don't have the upgrade. I mean, I've never done an upgrade. So, you know, I mean, I know infrastructure enough to know where you get bit, you know, I've been around the block enough to know how to manage these kind of change tickets and stuff. Qbdm upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know there's a thing on it. Jump up Tomcat. Just bump Tomcat. They're treating Kubernetes like an app. They absolutely are. Yeah. They've been treated Linux kernel upgrade like they treated Kate's app upgrades. Yeah, they're definitely treating it that way. I mean, they don't, not on purpose. They just, you know, they're not bad people. They're just, you know, you got to treat Kubernetes as like an operating system upgrade. Absolutely. So what's the solution? What tools exist to validate monitor? We're actually using Grafana, Elasticsearch, and Nagios. The other thing too is we have to get our backup procedure. We have no way to test our backups either. So, I mean, I'm not even going to touch anything until our backup system is working. And we have no way to confirm that our backup system is working because there's no way to test the backups without taking something else down. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's this new stuff to everybody, including me, right? For upgrading, for these upgrades required. The reason for upgrades? Because Kubernetes is going so fast, and security mostly. Yeah, Kubernetes 1.21 is insecure. It's got known vulnerabilities in it. So much so, the security team came to us and said, hey, why the fuck are you on 121? You need to get off it. And we're like, because Domino makes us stay on it. And now they're like, all right, we're kicking Domino the fuck out of our enterprise, thank God. And now we're able to upgrade our Kubernetes, finally. But we're like 5 versions behind, 3 versions. It's a big deal. And then all the people that do all this stuff left. They all left. So now the only people left are people that have never had any actual Kubernetes upgrade experience at all, including me. So we're trying to figure that out. Not sure you saw it, but configure cgroup driver from text command. This is interesting. MV 1.22, if the user is not setting secret driver field under kube configuration, Qbdm will default to systemd. So LBG, to me, that is bad, right? Because that's going to put a kubelet out of sync with the container runtime engine if we're running old Docker stuff, which is all cgroup fs. How do you even know? How do you even know? Is that in your kubelet configuration file someplace? It's got to be, right? A cgroup driver field under kubelet configuration. How do you look up kubelet configuration? I need to look this up like right now. I don't know how to look it up. Is it a config map, or is it var lib kubelet config? Okay, I'm actually going to go look at that right now, if you don't mind. I'm going to go look at mine at work. Give me a second. Because this is work related, kind of ish. Yeah, just give me a second here. You guys can, I mean, you don't have to. Should I pause the YouTube video? All right, make jokes and listen to music or something while I'm doing this. Kubelet SSH. I'm going into one of our endpoint nodes. K login, which I wrote. Yay me. Just writing K-login was a huge fucking deal. To get it to log into Keycloak and everything, and there's just so much stuff to get a good Kubernetes cluster to run on-prem. There's a lot. This is why, I mean, compared to like Docker Swarm, which, you know, my friend got running in like a weekend. You know, it's like, so, and you don't even work there. I know. Yeah. And so you can understand my concern. HA cluster with min3 control was hell yeah. We actually have 5 in production, 3. I was involved with adding the. We had. I don't mind saying. This is why you don't know where I work. Please do not share where I work if you know. Okay, it would be inappropriate. We actually were running when we first got here for the first year and a half that I was here. I didn't know better, but the people that set it up were running 2 etcd. And they didn't know why. And I was like, okay. And then I like just learning going through this stuff. If you don't think that's funny and you're a Kubernetes administrator, you should either be laughing or crying at that statement. So I know. So I know there was no quorum. Nope. And I mean it's complex. So anyway, I gotta be careful. That on-prem that installed with Ansible, no Qbdm, and kept lagging behind all of them. How it's going now? They installed it with Ansible, not even using Qbdm, and they had no idea how to keep it up to date. Day 2 problem again. Go do a search on the internet for the Kubernetes Day 2 problem. That is the biggest problem in the industry. It's the biggest problem in the cloud native industry. There needs to be tons and tons of conference talks about it. But wait, you can't keep it. Okay, if you're committing to Kubernetes, you're committing to, yeah, they had to, did you see they officially, the Kubernetes Foundation, Cloud Native Foundation officially told Kubernetes to slow the fuck down. They said you are limited to only 3 releases per year or something. They had to tell them to put the brakes on because they were destroying the industry. They were upgrading. They thought they were like a web framework timeline. It's like there's a new web framework out, framework fatigue. It was like you make a new web framework every like 3 months. You finish your project and there's a new framework out. Oh, it sucks to be you. I mean, that's the web world. This is not the web world. This is like we need things to mature and stuff. And the timelines was, and then all of the manufacturers couldn't keep up, including Domino, which is still stuck on 1.21. This big ass Domino application is still stuck on 1.21. That's 4 versions behind. 4 versions behind, including massive security flaws in 1.21. Not massive, but significant. And yeah, with YAML, I want to put my keys. Yeah. Wondered even get going, despite there being people ready to do it. They were officially appointed to take on the task. Yeah. This is such a nice comedy. It is a comedy. And I work in the comedy, and I'm in charge of that shit. Please don't say where I work. Please do not say where I work. I don't want you to say where I work. I know, I'm kind of like, hey, am I going to survive this? Because I hope. If I don't survive it, I'll at least learn a ton of shit. What do you think I have a $30,000 30-node cluster over here that I'm going to rip the shit out of on my own because I don't want to work for... We have decided not to talk about where I work. It may or may not be Tesla. I am neither confirming or denying that it's Tesla. I'm not going to say where it is. Please stop guessing. Thank you. Anyway, so what are we doing? You work for Kubernetes. I kind of do. I think that the 99% success when it comes to companies using Kubernetes, though. Oh, it totally is. It totally is. There's been like big industry blogs written about it that are like about this problem. And then they can't even find people to hire to manage this stuff because of the learning curve, which, I am a fucking senior operations person who has to constantly keep up with infrastructure engineering. Just learned how to manage the logical volume groups for the first time really yesterday because there's so much to keep up with. And I can't keep up. How the hell do you have any chance of keeping up if you've just learned Docker a little bit and you're a DevOps professional? I'm pretending I didn't see that word that starts with an R. I'm pretending I didn't see that word. Right now I'm trying to see, I'm going to try to go look for my, I'm doing get no satisfaction. Yeah. Get no kernel accept new Rust. No, it will not. No, that's not true. The modules, not the kernel itself. Yeah, they've been saying that forever. It's one of the biggest lies. Torvald said they will never redo the kernel in C and anything but C, even though they're going to accept modules, which is different. A kernel module is different than the kernel. Know the difference before you go spewing ignorance. There's a lot of people doing that. All right, let's keep going. So what do I have here? Let me go. I have to SSH into one of my nodes here. Let's go into control plane node and see what our kubelet is. I want to see whether I'm using systemd for our cgroup fs driver for my cgroups. And I need to do that. Yeah. Full-time team to maintain and grow. Yeah, a full-time team as in 4 people who barely know Kubernetes, which is our current team. Yeah. I hope I survive. I really do. I like this job. God knows nobody else can do this stuff. So that's job security. Hell, all the people who did it, all the people who set up quit. I went someplace else and left us with a big fucking mess. You should see the shell script that I was looking at today. I wish I could show it to you. It had 2 shebang lines in production. Oh my God, it was so bad. Dude, it's responsible for all our etcd backups. I can't talk about it. It's also storing all the backups to network attached storage, which I think is a bad idea. It's just so bad. I'm sorry, I'm going to offend somebody. Somebody from my team or my old team may wander in here and hear me talking about this stuff. And I'm sorry. It's just bad. It's really bad. Oh, no. Thank God it's not. You know what? I didn't check that. I should probably check that. 60 viewers? I didn't notice. I didn't notice. Thank you for noticing. It's because of the comedy factor. It's because of the comedy factor. People love like watching a train wreck, dumpster fire. It's like, it's fun to them. Okay, so I am going, where am I going? var kubelet, yeah? No. Where am I going? Var, is it var ADM? We're trying to figure out the version. I'm going to put this in a file. Excuse me. And so, yeah, we're never going to hit 420 viewers. No, the algorithm will never bless me in that way, I'm afraid. I'm too much of a controversial figure. I've been canceled by most of the internet and Twitch, but you know, I accept my fate. I do. All right, so how do we look up? How do we? I already searched for this. Let's see, kube configuration. Because I shit talk Rust. Maybe, I don't know. Mostly because I'm an asshole. Most of the time, people think I'm an asshole because I question their beliefs, and they don't like that. People hate that. People take personal offense if you attack the thing that they love or that they made. It's probably human. Let's see. kubectl proxy. No, I don't want to look at that. How do I get my kubelet configuration? Where is it? Configure your kubelets. Where is it? In var someplace? God damn. God damn. Production environment, Qbdm, kubelet, kubelet configuration using Qbdm. Reporter's arm. I'm not doing init or joins or anything. I want to print out the configuration. Configure your kubelet cluster, blah, 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 blah. Varlib? Is it varlib? I couldn't remember where. Job is called kubelet configuration. The kubelet configuration allows us with virtual IPs. But can't you dump kube configuration without having Kubernetes on there? Huh. Okay, let me go look. It's in var lib. I mean, this is a big deal. So cd var lib. Yeah. Var lib kubelet. Permission is denied. This incident will be reported. Sudo su dash, which scares the shit out of me, but oh well. Don't ever do it if you can't help it. I'm not even kidding. Var lib kubelet. Permission granted. Sudo make me sandwich. Sudo show me my configs. Wow, there's lots of stuff in here. Config.yaml, kubeadm flags.env. True or false? True or false? I want opinions on this because we've had a very heated discussion about this. True or false? Putting passwords and secrets in environment variables and containers is safe. True or false? Putting secrets in environment variables is safe. True or false? Putting secrets in environment variables is visible to anyone on the system. You're all saying false. Tell me why. Why is it unsafe? I agree it's unsafe, but why? You can't see it. We went in there and we tried to do a PSE. You can't see it. No. We went in there and in the current version of proc, I went into proc and I tried to look at it. You can see the arguments, but you can't see the environ. Environ. Command args line is there, but you can't see environ. It depends on what the threat model is. But here's the thing. Has it in my memory serves, anybody on the system can see the environ, but you can't see the root environ. So I don't know if it's because it's cross user or not, but when it's root, we could not see it. It was no longer displayed anymore. So I actually think there's been a change to it. Web-based talking about containers, we can check the secret volume was mounted. Yeah, but let's back away from containers for a bit. True or false? It's safe to put secrets. We all know that it is absolutely not safe to do -- password on the command line for like MySQL or whatever. That is like stupid, is dumb as fuck to do that, because you can see anybody on the system at all, and you'd have to be sure the system's like that. But even then, why would you want to allow yourself that escalation anyway, or accidentally have it on the screen while you're doing stuff, right? So, which is the reason I don't want it in my ANV, because if I actually dump my ANV when I'm doing connections, if you're the owner of the process, you have to be the owner of the process, right? So if you're root, you can't see it unless you're the owner. So the argument for doing it and saying ENV is safe. In fact, there's one argument out there that says it's safer than files, because files are, ENV is if you typed it in, the environment can be obtained from anywhere in the application, so even some simple RC can reveal it. Yeah, but you can also read the file the secrets are mounted at, right? So how do you do it safely? That's what I'm asking. Obviously, a secret system that mounts the secrets is the way to go, but then you're dealing with files that are mounted dynamically. So env vars or mount is pretty much the same. Yeah, and that is what. So that's what I've come to conclude, but I believe, I don't know, I haven't been able to prove this on BSD or something, or AIX or Solaris. At one point, you could see the environment for root processes even if you weren't root. Secret sys files can update during runtime. That is the safest way to do it for sure. But what I want to know is if at any moment in history, root's environment, anything run as root, if its environment variables were up for review for being able to be seen. I believe that actually was the case at one point, because back in the 90s, and I have not been able to recreate that. So anyway, yeah, it's kind of an open topic, because containers use env for secrets all the time. You can't do that as an unprivileged user under almost now. What I'm curious about is if it was ever possible. And then the second thing I want to know today in 2022 is the environment proc, env or whatever, Is it you put secrets? Yeah, when you put secrets in a file called .env, that file gets loaded. So it's still loaded into the running environment of the thing. So, and I know that's a container kind of thing to do, but if you get access to the container, if you're inside of the container, which by the way, if you usually have root anyway, then I put in a JSON or YAML file via read-only volumes. Yeah. I mean, that's another way to do it. There's lots of ways to do it. I've just been debating with people about what the safest way to do that is, particularly in the containers world. And the containers world, people were very, very lax because they got one container running and they don't think anybody's ever going to have access to it. Never run stuffing containers as root. Yeah, right. Tell that to every freaking container author who does it as root. I mean, distroless container without a shell. Yeah, and that's like the Talos kind of thing, right? Yeah. Or from scratch containers, things like that. That's another reason I let go, frankly. Because I mean, I want to see command or something enforced non-root. We have that already. Yeah, we actually do that. We do have that. Thank God. All the official images run unpublished these days. I know. Thank God. But they weren't for a long time, right? Upload certs to... No, we're not doing that. XML, I know you want to be done, but we're not done yet. Yes. We're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. So I'm actually looking at the version of CRI-O that I'm on. Sorry, cgroup driver. Oh my God, we're using systemd. Oh, phew. I am so happy we're using the systemd cgroup driver. Yeah. That makes me happy. That makes me happy. Okay, that was in development though. I'm gonna go try production and see if we're on the same one. Give me a second here. I'm logging into control planes to see what our cgroup driver is. And you want to use systemd. Let's just be real. File and network manager runs a process running as root as my regular system user. You can? It's running as root. Wow. And systemd in enterprise. Yes, this is true. I know that, but cgroup fs I just read was the default in kubelet, at least in one version. It was in the docs. It was can't. Oh, you can't see the proc. Oh, you can't. Okay, thank you. Good. I want to be really sure on this point because people who create containers, first of all, you should never make a container that runs as privileged user, period. Which is another reason, by the way, that I'm starting to get really warm up to Podman. Podman is on the desktop has gotten a lot better, by the way. So 2023 boost is going to be based on Podman containers, and then we'll go to VMs if we have to. Mrs. Kent, every time I really do. My God. All right, you're absolutely right. Kubelet config use context prod. All right, I'm in prod now. Can't get no get no. What? Oh, I have to log in to prod. Yeah. Because it's a different cluster. And I wrote that program. It's a Go program. I'm super proud of it. I am super proud of it. I also use Bonsai on it. Yep. So I have Bonsai running production at work. 65534. Holy shit. How many of those do we have? That's probably a corporate secret. I don't care though. We have, okay, so we have 108 nodes in that cluster. Grab kubelet on nodes. Big corporate secret. Isn't that the same port as Minecraft? You want to see what version? You actually care that much? I'm kind of touched. I'm kind of touched with your concern. I know it's morbid curiosity. You really don't give a shit. Will his company survive the upgrade? 25535, yeah, I think it's micro. I think it is too. 25565 for sure. Oh my god, you nerds. You nerds. You're such nerds. All right, I'm SSHing in. Hopefully. It's taking way too long. I'm kind of scared. It should not take that long. It should not take that long to SSH in. I am scared. Yeah. Are you sure you want to connect? Yes. Password. This system is not registered to Red Hat Insights. Like I care. Sudo su dash. Let me do all the things. I want to do all the things. I have the keys to the kingdom here. I wonder how many things are over here. CRI-CTL PS. Holy shit. We have processes that have been running for 5 months. That's probably okay though, because this is like Kubernetes. I love CRI-CTL, CRI-CTL. I picture myself like snuggling with a Marvel changeling, CRI-CTL. Domino can bite me. Okay, so back to the task at hand. I want to see what one we're using. So we're gonna cat var lib kubernetes kubelet config. I wish I had YQ over here, but I do not. 1400 days is uptime. Wow. What's uptime over here? 168 days. It's pretty loaded though. It's like 3.6 load average. Most of our stuff is pretty loaded, actually. I don't know how we're going to take it down to upgrade it. Seriously, I have no fucking idea. It's like getting used all the time to crunch machine learning jobs. I don't think... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. What are we doing? Oh, we're grepping the version. There's no... How about -i? Okay, API version. No, that's not what I want. Oh, wait. We want cgroup. Systemd. So systemd is what everyone is using apparently. These are Red Hat systems at the end of the day. So even though the driver is Docker, I believe. I mean, how would I even know what container runtime engine I'm using? Did anybody know? Okay. How can we look up the container runtime engine on a system? How do we look up the container runtime engine on a system? Application vnd.kubernetes.protobuf. Ooh. Is it in the kubelet? Probably not. Eviction stats, all that great stuff. Health binds. That's frequency, images. Minimum garbage collection age. 2 minutes. IP tables, drop bits. Kind, kubelet configuration. Max pods, 110. Whoa. PS return, a lot. Oh, will that give me the stuff? Oh yeah, there we go. Runtime Docker. Create CTL version. Runtime connect using default endpoints. Docker shim. Containerd. Yeah. You think kubectl is kubectl is gonna do it? Yeah. Well, it's 1-2-1, so we have got to change off of our container. We can't upgrade our cluster without changing our runtime engine. And this is going to be an infrastructure. This is huge. This is huge. I've got to raise this question with my managers right away. We have to bring this question up. We can't put this question up because what's going to happen? The security, as soon as Domino's gone, they're going to like push us to do the upgrade right away for security reasons. And we're going to be like, I need to simulate a 1-2-1 to 1-2-2 upgrade, like immediately. I need to get that done, which means I got to get rid of my 1-2-4 installation so I know how 1-2-4 works first, and then I need to set up my VM over here so I can set up my Ansible stuff to fire up a 1-2-1 so that I can go through the actual upgrade process from 1-2-1 to 1-2-2 using an external etcd, using an external certificate management system, using an external, internal core DNS. So because I have to emulate this upgrade, and I have to go through all of the steps and document them very well so that we know exactly what to do. And if that means we have to take all our stuff down, so be it. But now I know what to emulate. I'm looking at the stuff here. I've got to emulate everything running on Docker Engine, which means I need to know how to install Docker Engine in order to emulate the old stuff. This is all running Docker CE as a container runtime. I mean, I assume that this, with the shim and everything, that it doesn't have a problem with the cgroup driver being systemd because everything's using systemd driver. So that is a thing. All right. So I answered those questions from work. And there's a number of things that I learned in the process. That, by the way, none of which are on any kind of certification exam. So, I'm just putting it out there. This is the reason I've lost all interest in getting any kind of certification from Cloud Native Foundation, because they have no clue about this stuff. The stuff that they're doing is like, how to, I don't know, set up routes and services and whatever, load balancers or something. Upgrading cases on cert. Yeah, but from what to what? Every version is different, right? Yeah. And then they have, I mean, I would guess that would be on there because it's like the single most painful thing that anybody has to do. 10 minutes to finish the answer to the question. How the fuck does it take 10 minutes to upgrade a Kubernetes cluster? I don't know if from 1-2-2 to a specific version going up. Did you have to do the etcd? Was it using in-pod etcd? Did it use in-pod etcd? It didn't do any HA stuff, right? Super simple cluster. It's all internal core DNS, internal etcd, I assume. Yeah, this is all being recorded. I know HA stuff, right? So my stuff is a little bit more complicated because I have to know what I upgrade first, and I assume we're going to find that out later. But yeah. So I think we're good to go. We can proceed. Decided that CRI-O defaults to cgroup systems are good. I did notice that. Let's go back through to our thing here. Probably should take a break and breathe for a second. I've been like going like crazy, but anyway, I have to get this stuff done. I am stressed about the upgrades that are coming, even though they're several months away. But I feel more prepared every time I go through this, installing this cluster and then going through the upgrade process. So we know about that. So we have the CRI-O stuff. Let's go back to the main page. So this is what set us off on this kind of tangent, which is a very relevant tangent about understanding the different cgroup drivers. Any questions on the test about cgroup drivers? Is that a violation for you to tell me that? I have a feeling no. I have a feeling there's no discussion whatsoever of cgroup drivers on the test. It should upgrade etcd first. Doc says you should upgrade etcd first. See, I don't understand that, because does that mean does etcd have a protocol that manages itself if it supports backwards protocols? This is an etcd internals thing that I'm like, well, you're cute. You're very cute. Where are your clogs? Oh my god. No clogs?
No, I have my boots on yesterday. I need to. My toes are suffering.
My wife is in the room. She's very cute. Hi.
Okay.
You're cute. Hi. You need a new phone, honey.
I know. It was another thing I was thinking is like, it's so funny because I'm like trying to have no possessions, and then I was just.
No
whatever.
possessions?
Well, only the necessary. And what brings
That reminds me
joy.
of that scene with Forrest Gump when he's on the Dick Cavett show with John Lennon, and he goes, no possessions, and they make John Lennon say things with CGI, and it's kind of fake. He goes, no possessions. That's weird. I don't know why, I just remember that.
Open your window, even though it's pretty
It's
hot.
very hot in here. I did shower though.
Well, it's not going to matter if you sit.
You need to tell me that. Hands on your hips, German.
I am. Oh, 222. What is that trying to tell me?
We're cute. We are cute, yes.
This was the dog.
Oh God.
Oh, gosh.
Do we have to zoom in on this? Apparently we're taking a break.
I know.
Wait. That's our dog outside. She's in the sun. To be fair, it's always her tummy that gets cold.
Oof, like
I know. We both have bellies because we're happy, honey.
it's
Fat,
not
fat,
a flattering camera shot.
fat, dumb, and happy. What are you doing? She's joining the sun. Samadhi. She's enjoying the sun. See?
I'm leaving.
All right, bye.
I'm leaving you forever. No, I'm not.
God, that's a lot of money in my pocket if you do. You know, last time she punched me, I have a bruise.
How was that arm? You should even out.
Johnny Depp here. All right,
Okay,
honey.
I know. I'm so
Go-
tired.
go
I
to
took
work.
a COVID test. It was negative.
Thank God. How did you do that? Did you just stick your thumb on a thing on your iPhone and it gave you?
No.
I mean,
I have the nasal test. When the government gave them out,
you have like a
took
nasal
bunch of
test?
them.
You stole them.
No, they gave them to you.
You gave
No one
him to
took
you,
them.
and
Like,
nobody took them. So you just said, fine, I'm taking a whole bunch of them.
No, they sent them to me in the mail.
Okay, well,
They sent us like 10. Just like no one got the N95 mask.
no, they did not. And you got those for free. You're like, I want these.
And they're so good for work.
Speaking of things for free, so I got a notification. This is interesting. So I got a notification in the mail that it was trying to sell me something, but I still want to look into it. It said that there is an average of $33,000 a person from the COVID bill that passed for any company that was affected by COVID.
Oh,
And my company
it was definitely
pretty much stopped because of the COVID thing. So we probably could get 33,000 out of it. There's something like 80 million unclaimed in money from the thing because nobody's like signed up for it. We were a legitimate company during that time,
And it definitely folded.
and that's 33,000. That would pay for a lot of
I'm
beer.
not gonna hold my breath, but
I know.
that would pay off our debt.
That's some of our debt, yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah, this is not something to talk about right now.
I know.
All right, bye.
I'm depressed lately.
I love you.
Goodbye.
That's my wife. She's awesome. She's going to do her art thing. Think of all the Mac Minis. Unless it's fancy bear. I think we should claim all of it. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. Let's see here. We've got what are we doing here? German beer. No, I just want beer. God damn it. What time is it? It's 2:30. Can I have my beer yet? I don't have any beer. For me, Thursday is Friday. How quickly we forget. I got shit to do, but also beer is good. I don't. No, because I'll just fall asleep. I'm not ready for that yet. We got to do cgroup drivers. Okay, focus, people, focus. All right, so both the container runtime and the kubelet have a property called cgroup driver, which is important for the management of cgroups on Linux machines. Okay, so it's safe to say that we have systemd That's going to be the default. We're using CRI-O on 2.4, so it's not a problem. All right, so using Qbdm to create a cluster, I think we're ready. I think we're ready. We spent a long time on the whole cgroup thing, which is cool because I didn't know that you had to have a driver for cgroups until today. I knew about cgroups, but I didn't know you had to have a driver and that it actually mattered and you could actually check what driver for cgroups you're using. I didn't know any of that until today. And now I do. And by the way, it's not on the test. So yet another thing you learned here, because I didn't know it. That's not on the certification exam. That's required to know how to upgrade your stuff. Is it not? Let's go to store and get water. I need to actually. Yeah, I do need to do that. Tomorrow we'll have fun. It's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow we're going to stop by the, store on the way to go get barbecue and stuff. In case anybody's wondering what I'm talking about. This is on the schedule for tomorrow. Look, I'm supposed to work all the way to 6 today, which I will do. We've only been talking for like 2.5 hours. I feel like it's been longer. Of course, I haven't stood up either. Probably stand up. Anyway, barbecue and art tomorrow, and then the boost on Saturday. Quick little plug for that. We are a long way from beer time, so no beer. It is an advantage of working from home. I will not lie, but I don't know. I guess you could put a little nipper in your office desk as long as you don't get caught. What are we doing? We're installing Kubernetes. I know it's the slowest Kubernetes installation you've ever seen, but that's just how I am. I'm slow. I do things very methodically and deal with it or watch somebody else. Okay, so troubleshooting. Please consult the troubleshooting docs. I don't know if I want to look at the troubleshooting docs just now. Is it possible to join if you 118? No. God damn, that's like old stuff. All right, this is a waste of time. Go back. Come on. Sometimes slow is good, though. There are many things that slow is better than fast. Keep going. Yeah, drinking slow. I mean, unless you hit the Balmer peak, which we've already talked about that. You lose, Rob. You won't deal with it? All right, here we go. Use Qbdm to create a cluster. Now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Patiently. Like for 16 plus hours. After 4 is probably okay. All right, how much time we got? We got an hour and we got 90 minutes until drinking time. I mean, I have to stay hydrated. It's just, Chunk Norris, how are you? I love that name. I'm going to say that name all the time. Timmy Fireball is pretty good too. Okay, is your name after the whiskey? Because I have some in the room over here. I didn't buy it. My stepson bought it. Fireball. Creating a cluster with Qbdm. Beer's electrolytes. It's what plants crave. Brondo and beer. Use Qbdm to create your minimum viable Kubernetes cluster. Why does that sound minimum viable? It's like, I don't know. I like imagine like this disgusting monster that like was like spawned in the depths of Mordor, but it's barely alive. That would be Kubernetes. A cluster too. It's like, it's kind of like, like body snatcher cluster. A minimum viable cluster is spawned. Qbdm will help you spawn a minimum viable cluster that will breathe the guttural squawks of the undead. Yeah, it's just old enough. It's just alive enough to really kill you. You don't think it's okay? I'm sorry. That conforms to best practice. In fact, you can use Qbdm. Give me your honky tonk band. What? Very cool. I play guitar kind of enough for myself and the people around the fire. That's pretty much it. I'm 5 years sober. What? Cool. I'm not. Of course, I was Mormon for 42 years, so I was 42 years sober. Qbdm now also supports other cluster lifecycle functions to set up a cluster that will pass the conformance tests. First of all, how do we do the conformance tests? In 2017, today's post is by William Dennis, product manager at Google Cloud, in the new Certified Kubernetes Conformance Program, written in 2017. Is it worth my reading? Nope. Okay, so the kubeadm, the production cluster, exactly. A kubeadm tool is good if you need a simple way for you. It's pretty much the only tool. They really need to rewrite this. Can we just admit? People that keep coming to me saying, "Why aren't you doing Kubernetes the hard way?" I was like, that was like relevant in 2016. Yeah, here it comes. You have no idea what Pod 1. I actually do have an idea, and I know all about that, and it's a bunch of bullshit. Kelsey's a great guy, but Kubernetes the hard way is absolute bullshit. Anybody who reads it and wastes their time with it is going to regret it. And thank God we have Qbdm. They shouldn't say Qbdm is great if you need this. They should say it's the only fucking way to do it. And if you want to understand how to install Kubernetes, read the source code of Qbdm. We're going to do that right now. I'm going to prove it to you. I think it's already in my Kubernetes stack. Wait, cd.github.com, cd Kubernetes, cd Kubernetes. I think it's Qbdm is already here. Git grep Qbdm. You could. Qbdm fixes changelog. Yeah, where does it live? Where does it live? Qbdm. It must be under CMD. I'm guessing. Qbdm. Of course it's Go. Yeah. So this is it. This is the source code for Kubernetes. You can get it by typing clone Kubernetes space Kubernetes / Kubernetes. If you want to. If you have a clone command like my cool one, which I already sent to everybody. And then you can go look at it. So this is another reason I teach people all the time. If you really want to understand cloud native, you need to learn Go. Even if you don't write anything in Go, you need to be able to read it. Just like hackers need to read assembly and not necessarily write it, right? So you really need to be able to read it because you need to know what's going on. And so Qbdm util check error app.run. So we're going to go into Qbdm app, Qbdm, and app. And we're going to go into run. So this is a core book thing as well. And cluster installation, most people should not use it directly. Oh, I don't agree with that at all. No. You're saying people should not use Qbdm to install on-prem Kubernetes clusters? What is the alternative? OpenShift? That's what I think you're saying. Anyway. ClusterAPI? No, ClusterAPI is cool though. Bad time for an ad. Ad starts in 59 minutes. Reinventing the wheel. That's what he was in OpenStack. What? Which one? ClusterAPI. You actually use ClusterAPI? That hit 1.0 like last year. No, was it? No, by 5 months ago actually. You think ClusterAPI is better than Qbdm? Really? Huh. So you're talking about clusterctl then? Are you using the clusterctl for all that? I'm confused. Do you know what clusterctl is, yeah? ClusterCTL CLI. ClusterAPI sits on top of Qbdm. Well, so it's Qbdm. I mean, that's splitting hairs. So I'm sorry. I was talking about something else. So clusterctl is a way to manage hardware, to manage machines, virtual and physical, from Kubernetes. You have to have a bootstrap cluster. They suggest Minikube, and you can actually provision hardware using clusterctl, which hit 1.0 last year sometime. Now it's like writing assembly or writing Go. ClusterAPI, yeah, okay. So let's look up ClusterAPI because I don't know the difference. ClusterAPI is a Kubernetes subproject focused on providing declarative APIs tooling to simplify provisioning, upgrading, and operating multiple Kubernetes clusters. Started by the Kubernetes Special Interest Group, ClusterAPI project uses Kubernetes-style APIs and patterns to automate cluster life. That's the first time I've heard of it. I would love to be able to write Go to provision my own cluster. Are you fucking kidding me? I would love that. Is one node the purview of cluster APIs and nodes? Really? Qbdm isn't one node. You should know to use Qbdm and know exactly what Qbdm does. I agree. I agree Qbdm, but I am not opposed to doing this. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about it because when rather than using Ansible and kubeadm, I could write Go code that and uses a cluster API and provision my cluster that way, and then just use Ansible to bring up the VMs for later. Do you know what I mean? You guys follow me? I'm actually interested in this conversation because this is I've been saying this forever. I've been saying that we need an API to build the whole cluster and everything. You can just write the YAML, right? Well, how can you do that with kubectl? Are you talking about using kubectl to provision your Kubernetes cluster as long as you've got one kubelet up? Shit. That's amazing. An infrastructure provider. As the ClusterAPI needs an infrastructure provider. Does it? Oh, yeah. You can't do that on-prem. We'd have to have our own. You'd have to implement our own infrastructure provider locally. Yeah. Metal 3 with ClusterAPI. Does Metal 3 fulfill the infrastructure provider? I didn't think Metal LB did that. Are we talking about Metal 3 or Metal LB? They're different, yeah? This is super interesting to me. I'm sorry if everyone else is bored. This is super interesting. Because I am on board. I am totally on board using an API to do all this shit. They have Metal providers. Yeah, and Metal LB is one of the things that I want to do. Tinkerbell. Those are infrastructure providers. Metal LB. Did I spell it right? I mean, you have to. Metal 3 is a bare metal provisioner. So it's not Metal LB, they're different. Kubernetes cluster deployed in cloud environments use function of the provider. Implements the load balancer. Metal LB is just a load balancer. Okay, thank you. I had no idea. I thought, look, they all have metal in the name. They're Terraform provisioners. I do not want to use an on-prem Terraform provisioner. I've heard about Moss before. I don't install manage. Metal 3. Metal IO aims to use technology to provide a Kubernetes native API for managing bare metal hosts via provisioning stack. Is also running on Kubernetes. Huh. I'm interested in this. Not for the immediate need. I have to learn Qbdm, so do we all. But later when I need to like bring up a cluster really fast on prem, I'm on board with the API, because I think I could do the VM stuff in one Ansible thing, and then I could write a YAML file and make it an Ansible thing or a Terraform or whatever to just bring up the other thing. You want to use images for the nodes themselves? I don't know. No, I mean I do now. I look, I do on my VM stack, but my main cluster is going to be on bare metal. Because my machines are too big to provision with a hypervisor. They're small. I mean, they don't do hypervisors very well. I already tried that. So I decided to not use hypervisors for those. And it's just like Raspberry Pi. You wouldn't put a hypervisor on Raspberry Pi. That's stupid. And so that stuff, you're talking about using images for bare metal. Yeah. Yeah, for the VM stuff. And this is cool because this is assuming you have a cloud infrastructure. I don't have that at work, right? We don't have that at work. Nothing is virtualized. You're talking about images for bare metal. They have images for bare metal as well. Then what? Do they have some sort of like ultra thin OS? They do have an OS for the image. They must. What are they doing? Are they booting straight into? That sounds like a Pixie Boots kind of thing, but not. Network boot install will write the image. That's what I was just talking about. So, is it iPixie compatible? Fuck. I gotta process this. This is pretty cool. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Windows disposable. This is pretty damn cool. I mean, because I was looking for a Pixel Boot TFTP, old school TFTP kind of thing. Anyway, I didn't know about Metal 3. So what you're saying is that Metal 3 is kind of like a modern netboot on bare metal, which is really cool. Case notes should be disposable. I completely agree. It's the biggest annoyance. The biggest annoyance I have with the whole thing is that, you have a case node that's not disposable, right? That's the whole basis for Sodero and Talos and everything. Yeah, that's never happened in my enterprise because there's a very distinct separation between the infrastructure managing and the Kubernetes that's running on it, which I think is stupid. I think they should make every single one of those things netboot personally, but that's like a major fucking overhaul. And they'd have to redo their entire infrastructure to do that. And I think they should do that, actually. Packet case cluster. Yeah. No, I could actually boot the minis, too, that way. Because it would be on bare metal. I wouldn't have to deal with the overhead of hypervisor. I wanted to Pixie boot them anyway, because it's just easier to keep everything updated. You're not running a whole bunch of, I hate that you have to manage the underlying infrastructure and you have to manage Kubernetes. And that's why I thought you were talking about clusterctl, which does that, by the way. Right? So clusterctl is probably another thing, but clusterctl lets you manage your hardware through the Kubernetes API. But I don't know that it's good enough to use Pixie Boot and stuff like that. Even if Raspberry Pi doesn't support Pixie Boot, we can put iPixie on there and have it call into Pixie. Patch in case this is a pain. You need a patch, replace OS. Exactly. Yep, that's what I would much rather do. But much better. ClusterCTL is the CLI for ClusterAPI. Okay, then are we talking about the same thing then? I guess we are. Yeah. Yeah, that's 1.0. Does it still need Minikube for Bootstrap and all that? It's like a Kubernetes application that manages Kubernetes stuff. Yeah. Raspberry Pi firmware, choose Pixie Boot, Google. Google said that? Cool. No Minikube? You used to have to. Look, they came out. When did 1.0 come out? Cluster CPL API 1.0 release. It came out like very recently. Oh, you can use Kind or Minikube, right? But I'm talking. You have to have a cluster. Yeah, and I'm a big Kind fan, so I mean they're both okay, but they have their advantages. I like Kind. Yeah, this thing made huge news, and when it came out, and the news was completely lost on my team. They did not give a shit. So it can use case cluster as a bootstrap. Migrate resistant workload cluster, which can manage itself. Yes. Yeah, and that yeah, I went through this all the way through this when it came out. Yeah, I didn't have a system to play on, but it was one of the big things I wanted to play on. This is the holy grail. This removes infrastructure management from the infrastructure team entirely. This is like you just make a new image and you put the thing in your image that you want, and you make sure you're putting the right stuff in the image. So I think this is the future. October 6, 2021. So that's exactly 1 year ago today that 1.0 hit production ready. I completely agree. This is the end game. I didn't realize we were talking about the same thing. I thought API and CTL were the same thing. That it was the cloud management Kubernetes. A lot of people are getting behind it. Tony Fall was a little bit hesitant to get behind it, like last time we talked about this, which was about half a year ago. And he was like, well, they're working some kinks out, but it's been a year. So I'm seriously thinking about it. I think my obviously I can't use this right now, but I think I'm glad we talked about it, because this is definitely the way to bring up a temporary cluster really quickly on virtual machines or bare metal and configure it differently and then try things like really quickly. It's, infrastructure as service kind of thing. But uses the cluster API. I definitely want to do this. Need a custom wrapper like TF or Ansible. For what? If you're going to use kubeadm, there's a bunch of shit you have to do. Yeah. And that's what I've been doing. I've been using Ansible. Yeah. I mean, I've been like tweaking and installing CRI-O and all that stuff. I have a feeling that ClusterAPI does all that. It probably does. It probably does like container runtime and management installation stuff. Kubeadm needs to be orchestrated for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And that's what's really annoying. In fact, we're going to see that, right? So we're about to write a kubeadm thing. We're going through this the hard way. And the hard way is officially the official way still. It's the one that's still documented. It's the one they still cover in certifications and everything. And I still want to make sure to do that. You can set up your cluster to auto scale, which is super cool. Can you really? Like VMs even. Shit. Yeah. So for Cluster API back in 2018, very cool. Yeah, I mean, Cluster API, I'm on board, but we need, the whole industry needs to get it good with this. I think it's the future. Honestly, if the future is Cluster API and Talos and ephemeral like host OSs and things like that, I mean, Cluster API kind of takes the OS out of the equation. It's not completely out from what I understand. It's not a read-only system, is it? It doesn't make read-only hosts, right? Like Talos does? CRI-O makes it all read-only file system. You can't touch it. It's a full, let's automatically spin up a new VM, yeah. Well, and the other thing too about that, I really want to see how well that plays with OpenEBS. So you can put your scalable storage inside of your cluster. Or if you could just use Cluster API for additional storage and manage that kind of thing. And storage classes and things like that. It responds to load changes and allocates free machines as specified. Yeah. And using a hyperscaler managed by Kubernetes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's putting a lot of eggs in the Kubernetes basket, I'll tell you that. I mean, because if you're studying hyperscaling in Kubernetes like that, I mean, people are already putting DNS servers in Kubernetes, like production DNS servers and stuff like that. And Harbor, the whole, registry for the whole company, that's depending on Kubernetes. So it seems like there's a lot of people putting a lot into Kubernetes. And frankly, it kind of makes me want to put etcd in a pod in Kubernetes instead of making it outside of it. That seems to be the normal way to do things these days. But if you're going to do etcd HA mode, I think you have to have it outside of a pod. So let's get back to that. But that was a fun rabbit hole. I appreciate that. I'm going to put that in a rabbit hole. Rabbit hole. Cluster API. Instead of kubeadm. Eventually. That was a great rabbit hole. Pod is just a process, no effect on HTTPS. Yeah, it does. Look, I know, but look, the question I have is the bottom line question. Should you run etcd outside or inside of the cluster? Do you run it in a pod or not? And we're not there yet, but we're going to get there doing the Qbdm install. So cluster autoscaler decreases the size of the cluster when some nodes are consistently unneeded. Yeah, that's eventually going to happen because of the money issue. There's a bunch of shit running that doesn't have to be running all the time. So that's actually one of the biggest problems in the whole cloud native thing is there's shit that just keeps running. Stuff gets spun up. Stuff goes zombie. It's the equivalent of a zombie process on a Linux machine that doesn't ever get killed. And it just sits there burning up expensive resources. That's a serious problem in cloud native. In fact, our stuff is constantly doing that. And it costs big money, especially on our systems where we're running a GPU on that machine for literally thousands of bucks a month sometimes. And I mean, this is a big deal. So there needs to be that hyperscaling has got to be a part of your internal infrastructure. And that's why people continue to go to the cloud, because the cloud does all the hyperscaling for you. But if you don't have the money to do that, because you can't run these big jobs on these big machine learning jobs that would cost you $1 million just to run one. Who did I say he was again? I don't know what you're talking about. So VMs, bare metal nodes from images that already include Qbdm. Continuity, yeah, you choose from Ubuntu, Rocky, Red Hat. You should keep that in mind. It's just a normal OS underneath. No read-only stuff, like unless you use the house as a provider. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I definitely want to do that. I know that that's a ways away for me, but I'm going to do it on my cluster over here. At least one or two of my clusters. I want to get good with cluster. I think ClusterAPI is the future. I really do think that. I didn't know that's what we were talking about. At first I thought you were talking about clusterctl, which I thought then later was not ClusterAPI, and then you told me that they were the same. That's the front end for it. So I absolutely, when it came out, I thought it was. I say, hey, we should look at this. But we've already deployed these clusters using the old method, and we got tons of ancient shit out there. If you don't need a separate etcd cluster, running it as installed by Qbdm as a static pod. I know you can run it as a static pod, but under what circumstances would you need etcd to be separate? Because our whole dev cluster went down because the certs expired because they weren't managed by internally in Kubernetes. If you install Kubernetes using the etcd that comes with it, then every time you upgrade Kubernetes, which is they assume is once a year, your certs get upgraded as well. And so all your cert managers is hidden from me completely. We have a pretty big cluster. So, yeah. Scaling intelligence is open problem, or is a scarcity? Yes. OpenShift has something similar built in. So much less of a pain. Yeah. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is we need to be able to back stuff up and just have it work and thing. All right, so back to Qbdm. We're doing it the old-fashioned Qbdm way for now, which is also the documented way. And I mean, I'd be really interested to see when the clusterctl API stuff shows up in the docs and certs and stuff, because right now it's not there. It's been a year. You gave a KubeCon talk? All right, great, Craig. Yeah. Did you just do that? Are you going to be speaking in the one coming up? Pretty cool. I mean, I know it's cool and all, but there's cool, and then there's what everyone's doing. So, and they're not the same. I'm on 121. So, there's like the reality and there's the cool stuff. I hate to say that, but it's true. So yeah. So use Qbdm to create a minimum viable Kubernetes cluster that conforms to best practices. Should we VIP Kreger for all the wonderful help? Kreger officially a VIP. So thank you for all your great help. Hopefully you'll stop by and make fun of us. How big is a huge cluster? Good question. I don't know. 108 nodes. You know what the thing is too, is it's what's running on the cluster too, I think sometimes too. I don't know. I think that, I mean, it's not competing with the control plane at all, but yeah. I'm just reminded that I gotta enable node feature discovery and GPU feature discovery on our control planes on production. I got it in dev. I don't know if it's in production yet though. Activity of the cluster. That's what I was talking about, and how big the jobs are. How few small. I mean, more. Like lots and lots of tiny jobs versus like a few big jobs, right? And that's all stuff that that whole observability problem is a big thing. The number of CNCF will give for how big Kubernetes will scale are bullshit. Yeah, oh, absolutely bullshit. We've only got 108, and I can tell you that they're bullshit. Yeah, the whole I think the number's 4,000. Yeah, longer than low hundreds. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. It's funny you say that, Kroger, because I personally believe the same. I would never go over 100, 200 nodes per cluster, period. Plus, it doesn't make any sense because you're going to have applications in that cluster that are going to hold you to a specific cluster version. And this is something that nobody wants to talk about, the whole day 2 problem thing. We had that problem with Domino in a big way, big way. We had to make an entire new infrastructure cluster just to do infrastructure stuff like Elasticsearch and Prometheus, because it was holding us back, and we needed to be on a different version for that, on a completely different upgrade path. But Domino was holding us back on this other thing, so we had to spin up a whole fucking cluster just so we could run infrastructure stuff. So multi-cluster is the way to go, and clusters are hard to spin up and manage. So something like, ClusterAPI makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to deal with the version problem you just mentioned. Yeah. Are they actually fighting with that right now? Yeah. This is the day 2 problem in the Kubernetes world. It's like, it's exactly the same problem that occurs in the Linux world when we talk about package updates and how people complain about, Ubuntu Mint or something like that being back behind all the current versions of the applications they can't run in the packages. The exact same scenario exists for Kubernetes. Just pretend that Kubernetes is the operating system, or the distro, if you will. And the applications that have to go on it are limited by the distro. And it's more general. It absolutely is. But it definitely applies. And I don't think people look at it that way as well as they should. The bottom, how do you survive that? You survive that by keeping your cluster small and agile. If you create a big ass 4,000 node cluster, the chances are you're going to waste half the resources, because there's going to be stuff that's not going to be able to be on that cluster to be upgraded. Plus, it's going to take you a long time to upgrade that cluster, which is where the whole cluster API comes in. If you actually have 1,000 nodes in your system, how the fuck are you going to upgrade every one of those nodes when you have to go through the thing that I'm going through? It's a huge deal. And at least if you have smaller clusters, you can kind of deal with the smaller clusters and then collectively have them talk to each other, which is why I think a lot of the applications need to learn how to talk cluster to cluster, and they need to get good at having cluster to cluster communication. Yeah. So, yeah, rolling replacement of nodes. Yeah, a rolling replacement of nodes, but that you can't do a rolling replacement of nodes using, cluster size losses impact on etcd. Oh, fuck yeah. I know. Yeah. Which is why, and I actually bought 3 new, refurbished Dell Optiplexes that have 3600 IOPS, just because I wanted to be able to scale even my tiny little 60 node cluster. A cluster of clusters, absolutely. A cluster of clusters is the way to do it, and that's pretty accepted at this point. Which is just distribution. It's all at a macro scale, just virtualization. At a macro scale is really all it is. We're just virtualizing the enterprise, basically, turning all of IT into one big computer, basically. And or instead of a server, you have a Kubernetes cluster. We're taking OpenStack. I like OpenStack. I don't like it. It's all Python and only Python, and there's a lot of bigotry there regarding Python. Cluster fuck. And you also have to upgrade the cluster support apps operators like the Ingress controller server manager. Oh, hell yeah, I know, LBG. When Calico was early, it would abuse etcd. Really? Did not know this. I did not know this. All right, well, let's see what we can do that's going to hurt us. I like that we have good people in the stream right now, so I've been really tapping their brain. I hope our YouTube audience appreciates that. I know you want us to get installed and stuff, but when you have this level of tech talent in the stream, I like to talk to them. Use Qbdm to create a minimum viable Kubernetes. We already talked about that. Our little monster. Remember footprint and half? Did they? Whoa. That's one of the things I have to install and get good with. That's the thing they don't tell you about being a Kubernetes admin. It's not just about it's just like being a Linux admin. They never told you you're going to have to learn Informix database and manage it. Right? But you ended up doing it. How many of you, old people particularly, have been hired as a system administrator and ended up having to be really good in applications management, particularly databases and web servers, right? So your job is not just keep the system running. Your job is install and keep critical applications running on those systems. And that's never officially a part of your job description, but like I remember I had to get really, really good with Informix. And because that was the main server that we were running at Consolidated Freightways years ago. And I had to learn a minimal amount of database management and memory management and stuff because they want to know how come their database is slow, and you have to get. I had to become a little bit of a DBA. The reason I'm saying this is because when they say you're just here to keep the Kubernetes thing running, you're really not, right? You're going to keep the Kubernetes running, but then you have a list of like some 50 odd, applications that you also have to keep running that you have to get good with, and they don't tell you that. That's part of the deal. Like, oh, I just want to be a Kubernetes, infrastructure admin. It's like, oh, really? Because you actually need to know how to use, etcd, Calico, MetalOB, Istio. There's like so many things: Tecton, Argo CD, Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana, Seldon, Prometheus, Thanos, Grafana. All of these things come with it, and you have to know all of these things. Not just a little. OPA Gatekeeper, you got to learn Rego just for that. Unless you're using Carverno, which you have to use their YAML. So Harbor all by itself is a big ass thing. Tecton is fucking monstrous all by itself. Just knowing how to do Tecton properly. And you have to know, not only that, you have to know how to use all these things, but how to manage them. And you have to do all the Kubernetes administration and keep the versions up. It is a monstrous task that requires, a team. A team of people that actually have to specialize, in my opinion, in a different area, because you cannot keep it. There's just so much to know. There's so much to know, and you got to be able to learn it really fast and do stuff. But YAML engineering, the bottom. That's people ask what you are. You say I'm a YAML programmer, basically, because almost all this stuff is YAML these days. You have to patch enter Q. I don't know, man. I wish Q was better. Tic Tac Tecton, not a game. No, it is not. Still waiting for review and merge. You had a patch for Carverno? Oh, that's too bad. Yeah. I mean, the whole idea of policy management, just by itself, just Kubernetes policy management and dealing with emission controllers, that one thing could be an engineer like me's specialty for their entire fucking career. Just that one thing. That one thing. Policy management in the database. And we're not talking about, that one thing, just that one thing. And we're not talking about RBAC, although it is kind of CKS, security related, is huge all by itself. Just managing, the container engines and making sure they're healthy all the time. Any one of these things could be, broken up. And then, writing your own K-login tool that actually uses whatever your enterprise authentication mechanism is already, it's a big thing. And, anyway, so OpenStack was built on really leaky abstractions because they tried everything to everyone. Yeah, I agree with that. That's my first impression of it, unfortunately. I really wanted to like it. I really did. I got into, but that was kind of my impression. Plus, I heard that they're a little bit, they gatekeep a little bit. If it's not Python, they don't want to talk to you. So, I don't know. That's what I've heard. I don't know if it's true. So, a lot of features that suck, and they all suck. Yes, this is true. All right. So anyway, you can still look at the Kubernetes app if you want to see all the steps. That's what got us into this. And if you want to see the steps for doing it that you used to have to do by hand or the hard way, like the Hightower thing is about. So you can actually go in and, there's a file in here called phases. It's under CMD. And I find it very helpful. Here's the phases, blah, 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 right? Let me see if I can get grep the one that actually has it in there. Let's see, cert phases. Yeah. And there's a bunch of phases. There we go. So init, phases init. Okay, so let's look at init. Phases init. All right, so main. Why is it? There's a main under test under here. That's weird. Test main. PKI util testing run private there. No. So we could do anyway. There's one of these files. I'm trying to find the file. It actually has. It calls all the phases in order, and I think it might be init. Yeah. And you can kind of read the phases as you go. So, client operator, none of these are it. No, those aren't it. I might have to go up higher than this. What's that? Yeah, Dr. Firm is a pretty big fanboy for Q. Yeah, he is. Nothing wrong with that. It's just like all the stuff. Kind of execute. Yeah, that's a Cobra thing. Easily bootstrap your Kubernetes cluster, example usage. Qbdm init phase -- help. Yes, I know. But you can actually read the source code. That's what I'm trying to find. Yeah. I'm trying to find. There's source code that goes with each phase. That's what I'm trying to say. And it will tell you what that phase does, like in very specific terms. So it's worth getting. We're going to skip it for now, but it's definitely worth opening up. All right, how much talking have we done? I need to get this installed. All right, Qbdm, you can create a minimum viable Kubernetes. Bootstrap tokens. The Qbdm tool is good if you need a simple way to try out your Kubernetes. A way for existing users to automate setting up a cluster and their test applications. A building block with other ecosystems or installers. To install using Qbdm, because you don't know about clusterctl or ClusterAPI, which isn't covered anywhere in here. Or is it? ClusterAPI. Accessing clusters. The Kubernetes API concepts. I want a thing that says installing a cluster with ClusterAPI. Creating an external load balancer. So far, nothing. Nothing on the Kubernetes side, anyway. Change that, Kreger. Make sure they change that. Because I would love to read an official tutorial that says use it. But so far, nothing. To follow this guide, you need one or more machines running RPM compatible Linux OS. Got it. 2 gig of RAM, 2 CPUs. Got it. Full network, yes. A version of Qbdm. Got it. Installed it. SKU support. We already did that. Page written for 1.25. Do they have a version for 1.24? They do. Okay, let's do that. Let's read the 1.24. You're reading documents for 1.24. Am I CI/CD? Kubeflow. We're using Tecton and Kubeflow. That's pretty much it. There's no GitHub Actions, which I think is unfortunate because we're paying for them. But yeah. Yeah, it's mostly machine learning. Tecton is a bear, by the way. I don't know if I like it. I think GitHub Actions is small. Tecton's good, but it's, I don't know. I have a question about that. I've been trying to get my head around Tecton and manage it in the cluster, and I cannot. It's pain in the ass. I got the whole pipeline tasking down, but drone CI. Language written. I'm pretty sure it's Go. Cloud information received 5 minutes. Dubious. I was afraid of that. Yeah, the Tecton stuff. No. Tecton is Knative based. That's another. I hate Knative. I hate it. I know. Look, you can like it if you want. I hate Knative. It's just a bunch of custom resource shit. It's like, honestly, I don't like the whole serverless thing, period. So I used to be a big fan. I'm not anymore. I am not a fan of it at all. It's what it just said right there. Tecton is a Knative based framework for CI/CD pipelines. I mean, okay, so this is wrong. The Red Hat developer site is wrong. Is that what you're saying? But it's unique to its decoupled nature, meaning that one pipeline can be deployed to any Kubernetes cluster across multiple hybrid clouds. Tecton stores everything related to the pipeline as custom resources within the cluster. Yeah. I mean, that was 2021, so Tekton is a powerful, flexible open framework. It works with Jenkins. Ugh. It works well with Knative. Then Jenkins. Drone? I haven't even tried Drone. I kind of want to. I use Tekton for setup CI/CD with OpenShift pipelines. Jenkins. What language is the Old Testament written in? What the hell? I don't know. We're not going to make this religious. Open source implementation called CDS. Enterprise ready? Well, I don't know. I mean, this whole entire front has got, you know. Anyway, we changed our docs to do 1.24. Slow and buggy. So yeah, I know. I don't want to talk about. No, and Jira tickets. Using Qbdm to create a minimum viable Nagios. Nagios is not bad actually. Have you played around with Isinga too? I know it's old, but it uses the whole, machine model. If something's not a machine, you have to fake it. I like Nagios. I do. I like it. So there. You can say what you want. I think some Isinga 2 is actually not bad. It's not horrible. It's a completely different paradigm, but yeah. And it's yeah. On a CD platform, similar to drone. Nice. Using kubeadm, you can create a minimum viable Kubernetes cluster that conforms to best practice. In fact, you can use kubeadm to set a cluster. Nagios on Kubernetes. If I told you the scale of the company that I work at, and I told you that the entire fucking company uses Isinga 2, which is Nagios, on thousands of machines to monitor them, maybe you would change your tune. There's one thing being like a, edge of the envelope kind of person pushing the edge, which is awesome. And then there's another person when you have to like live in an enterprise and make sound decisions on what they already have. And they've been running that system for years. They also have tens of thousands of lines of Perl code. And they have COBOL somewhere. I'm sure. I mean, the idea that everybody should just run the newest thing is naive in the real world. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm against it. I think it's fantastic that we're considering the alternatives. I'm just saying it's not fucking realistic. COBOL called from Perl. Not built for modern platforms. You'd have to justify that statement because, yeah. And it's got a completely different model for sure. You run nightly builds for everything. Yeah. Anyway. Believe it or not, we're about to call our etcd backups from a Nagios job because Nagios and Isinga is so deeply ingrained in the system here. And it's a lot easier, believe it or not. It's actually easier to do that than to set up a cron job to do etcd backups and look at a file that it generates through another cron job. Is it going to create a dependency on Isinga? Hell yeah, but we already have that. Yeah, it's pretty intense. So, yeah, if you're going to say that Nagios doesn't fit modern computing, then you're living in a world where machines just come and go at will. And that sounds like you have been doing that because you're doing ClusterAPI stuff. And that's cool, but that's not the real world. That's not the real world. The real world still has hardware that gets supported by infrastructure teams. Until that goes away, Nagios is going to be very relevant. And all that old shit like Tivoli and everything. And that doesn't have anything to do with personal preference. That's just the way it is. Centralized polling model. Yep. It sucks, but yeah. We need tools that are dynamic. Yeah, I think we agree. I mean, I don't think it's the best thing at all, but it's, these are things that exist. So, people that are going to push the envelope, and God knows that's me. We need to take into account the shit we have to deal with. For example, we don't even have a REST API for kicking off batch jobs right now. And so my other core task has been writing all of the mock cases and all of the, the one of the primary Go programmers on the REST API that's, Open API generated that is encapsulating our existing FQ stat API, which calls into PBS, which is an ancient, crazy, awesome, huge workflow manager. And we can't throw out all of that Perl. So we have to create an integration layer so that we can create an abstraction, which is, strangely enough, writing mock test case is going to get us, because we're going to be interpreting all that. And like colonoscopy. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. Yes, it's true. So Kubernetes for persistent storage. Yeah. A persistent volume claim is horrible. I absolutely hate it. I absolutely hate it. I'm just going to say it. I've already been burned by this because we filled up our NFS source mounts. The stuff that was on NFS, we filled it up. Kubernetes had no way to know. And it just kept chugging along. It was totally stupid. And then they added storage metrics to 1.22, I think, but nobody uses them. They have to be implemented by the storage classes. So there's just so much to cover here. Anyway, it's also a reason to not use Minikube or Kind for any of your testing. The reason you should run Qbdm, or as I'm now learning, possibly like a ClusterAPI Qbdm. So if you're not running a true on-prem-ish Kubernetes, you will never be able to simulate other on-prem situations. It's just impossible, particularly storage. And so that's why I'm going to the pain and suffering of setting up NFS, which people think is stupid, but I'm going to do it. But yeah, anyway, so y'all can continue to discuss amongst yourself. I'm going to try to work on this. So I'm looking away from the chat for a bit. If you need my attention, please @ me, and I'll try to see those. Using Qbdm, you can create minimal viable clusters to do whatever. I've read that like 10 times. We've got all of these things. We know the SKU versions are fine. Supported on the alpha level. Qbdm's tool overall feature is GGA. Some sub-features are still under active development. Okay. Objectives. Install a single control plane Kubernetes cluster. Distraction from development. Yeah, plus Twitch brain. Install a pod. However, I'm very grateful for this. Please don't misunderstand. I've learned so much in the last 2 hours just listening to people who know that it's been worth every fucking second, to the point where I would actually charge for it. Install a pod networking on the cluster so that pods can talk to each other. Yeah, okay. These are obvious. These are easy things. So this is basic tutorial kind of thing. Instructions: preparing the host. Install a container runtime Qbdm on the host. Okay, we did that. Installing Qbdm. We did all of that. If you have already installed Qbdm, run apt-get update and apt-get upgrade or YAML update to get the latest version of Qbdm. We already did that. When you upgrade, the kubelet restarts every few seconds as it waits for crash loop. We did that. This is a repeat of what we already read. Somewhere else, actually. Stateful workflow, really. Yes, it's good water cooler. Yeah, preparing the required container images. So, this step is optional and only applies in case you wish Kubernetes init and Kubernetes join to not download default container images that are hosted on Kate's whatever. And we've given in and we've decided to allow internet access, assuming a zero trust environment, which I want to set up eventually. After you do a pilot, install Qbdm commands. What's that? PVC work great with distributed storage like Ceph or Longhorn. Well, yeah, PVC works fine with NAS. I'm not going to use Ceph though. I don't know. I might use Ceph. Right now, I'm going to set up NFS on one of my machines. It's different from the between years. Absolutely different. There's overlapping content, but you probably want to do the latest one. That's why we do one every year, because stuff changes every year. In 2023, it's already going to change. We're going to use containers again instead of VMs. So we're going to use Podman containers. So Qbdm allows you to use a custom image repository for the required images. Well, I'm going to use straight up NFS as storage class first, at least one, And then I'm going to add, I want to add a SambaFS storage class, and I want to add a CephFS storage class probably. I want to look at OpenEBS as well. So that's the plan. Anyway, initializing control plane. The control plane node is a machine where the control plane runs. Okay, this I know, including etcd, the cluster database, the API server, which it talks to. Yeah. Qbdm configs is a must. Yes. And OpenEBS is slow? Really? That's been your experience? That's interesting. Huh. It usually needs fast storage and at least 10 gigabits network to work properly. Which one did you find that was hard? PVCs. Fast storage equals NVMe drives. No. I get like 300 IOPS on my drives. So NFS drive. If you need fast storage, which I am going to do because I want to write a distributed password cracker that runs in Kubernetes using local storage, local attached storage class, because I want it to be able to bust through the dictionaries really fast, even though they're going to be in RAM anyway. If you have plans on upgrading the single control plane Qbdm cluster to high availability, you should specify the control plane endpoint to get the shared endpoint for all control plane nodes. Such an endpoint can be either a DNS name or an IP address. Yes, that's what I want. Upgrade this single control plane kubeadm cluster to high availability. Absolutely. Control plane endpoint to set it up. Control plane endpoint to set the shared endpoint for all control plane nodes. Let's answer your knowledge. Yearly present that end on Christmas. I'm trying not to end on Christmas. Until it's not. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of with Ceph. Choose a pod network add-on and verify whether it requires any arguments to be passed to Kubeadm init. A pod network. I think they're talking about a CNI. What is a pod network add-on? Why don't they just call it a CNI? You must deploy a CNI. Okay, that's what it is. Base pod network based on that. Your pods can't communicate until you have one. Yeah. Take care of your pod network most of the with any of the host networks. If there's an overlap, you'll find collision between your network plugins. I'm going to put the pod network on the not 172. Probably a 10 dot. Okay, I'm going to go back here. Choose a pod network add-on and verify whether it requires any arguments to be passed to Qbdm init. Depending on which third-party provider you choose, you might need to set the pod network CIDR, which we do, to a provider specified C installing pod network add-on. It sounds to me like we have to install the CNI before we do anything else. Optional. Qbdm tries to detect container runtime by using a list of well-known endpoints. To use different container runtime if there are more than one installed. Why would you do that? Why would you hurt yourself that way? We haven't balanced those. Yeah. Petabyte size Ceph cluster. Yeah. To use different container runtime, or if there are more than one installed on the provisioner side. I'm thinking about CephFS a little bit, but I don't know. C installing a runtime, unless otherwise specified. Qbdm uses a network interface associated with a default gateway to set the advertised address for the particular control plane node's API server. Use a different network interface. Specify API server advertise. The network interface associated with the default gateway. Uses the network interface associated with the default gateway to set the advertised address. For this particular control plane, that's fine. So this is because we want the API server to be accessible through the the gateway, so that our kubectl will work on anything on the network. So if I had a different subnet, which in hindsight, I wish I had done like a /17 subnet. I wish I had done that, and then I could have used that as a gateway. I'm so sorry for the sneeze. Shared networks. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I would be doing. I'd be throwing CephFS on a bunch of old Tridents, and it would probably not work. To use a different network interface, specify the API server advertise address argument to Kubernetes. To deploy an IPv6 Kubernetes cluster, I'm not using IPv6, thank God. To initialize the control plane, run the node, run IPM init args, considers of API advertise and control plane endpoint. Well, it can be used to set the advertise address for this particular control plane node's API server. It can be used to set the shared endpoint for all control plane nodes. That's what we want. The control plane endpoint allows both IP addresses and DNS names that can map to IP addresses. I am going to use DNS names. Because they're in the host file on all the systems. Please contact your administrator to evaluate possible solutions with respect to your mapping. Yes. So, one is the IP address of this node. Customer is the custom DNS name of this app. To Qbdm. It was cluster endpoint. Qbdm init and pass the same DNS name to Qbdm join. Later, you can modify a cluster endpoint to point to the address of your load balancer in a high availability scenario. Yeah, we don't have a load balancer though. Do we need a load balancer for this? Shit, I think I have to set up a load balancer first, don't I? Yeah. I think we do. I don't know if it's not supported by Qbdm. So turning a single control plane into a control plane endpoint. So I think I actually probably need to set up external round robin DNS to do the load balancing if I'm going to do it. I got to do that later, right? I mean, it sounds to me like all this QBM setup is like there's a single inbound API, even if I have 3 control planes, and I'm gonna need to round robin those. What? I need to connect to the API server running on that server. Yeah, but I don't want that. I mean, the reason I have 3 control planes is so I have 3 API servers. I want that HA stuff. And I think I have to set up the DNS round robin before I do that, but I don't have DNS set up yet. Yeah, one API server per control plane server. Yeah. So yeah. Check out kube-vip for this. Is it a standard thing that would be on a certification exam? Yeah. Provides Kubernetes clusters with a virtual IP and load balancer for both control planes. Nice. What's the difference between doing this and running your own DNS server round robin? Is this better? And Kubernetes services have load balancers relying heavily. Again, if people don't know about Kubernetes, so there's the main thing that everything talks to, all the applications talk to, is the API server, and the API server runs on one of the control planes. DNS is an HA. If you have 3 of them, it is. That's what I was going to have. I was going to put 3 DNS servers on Core DNS and synchronize them all, and then have the DNS servers also have redundant, or have redundant entries in all the DNS servers for for the control plane, right? But I don't know. Maybe there's a better way to do load balancing. This is actually, and then there's hardware load balancers too. People need to understand let's show the Kubernetes architecture. So this is a piece of the Kubernetes architecture they don't tell you about, right? It's pretty much handled by everything else, right? But you need a front-end VIP. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's whenever they talk about suiting up Kubernetes, they don't ever talk about this part, right? Because all the cloud providers provide this. It's one of the many, many things that you have to set up. Well, that has nothing to do with Kubernetes, except for it's everything that it brokers the connection to all your Kubernetes API requests, everything. So Kubernetes load, and it hasn't have anything to do with the internal load balancer components. That's a totally different thing. That took me forever to figure out when I was starting. ERP and VIP. That sounds fucking awesome. So Kubernetes network model, every pod in a cloud. I don't want to know about that. See, this is very confusing to beginners. There's a bunch of internal load balancing and shit going on inside of the cluster that you should probably understand, but it's different than the load balancing to get to the cluster. It's totally different. In fact, Kubernetes internally, if you're making stuff that's talking to the API thing, it'll distribute and load balance internally automatically for you, right? There are no real internal load balancers, just round robin IPs. Yes. And well, I thought MetalB did something with that. Did it not? I thought MetalB sort of helped with that. Kubernetes source support will monitor for services of the type load balancer and assign an IP address to virtual pool. Yeah, this is a completely different thing. It's confusing to beginners though, because this has, so what we're talking about is like if you have a box and the box is Kubernetes, then the way that everything outside of the box talks to Kubernetes is through the API server. It's the only way to connect. That includes Klogin or any kubectl that you're running on your laptop or any of those things. They all talk to Kubernetes outside of the cluster. And by default, this Qbdm setup sounds like it only sets up the one endpoint inbound. Beginners in Kubernetes don't mix all. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, you know, people will only be on one node at a time. Typically have a load balancer as well. Interesting. But you still, I mean, round robin DNS is the way that I understand that you want to do kind of like an external load balancer. It's not really a load balancer, let's admit it. But they actually have physical load balancers you can buy. And on the one side, you know, you go to any one of these three IPs, and that will take you. I mean, you go to the same DNS name or the same, and the DNS name resolves, and it gets you a different IP. The problem is that it needs to be aware of that stuff. So I don't think I need it to get started. But that warning, the reason I thought of it is because that warning, the warning here about not setting up your advertised address is what they're talking about, right? Control-plane-endpoint. And I think you have to have different ones of these for every one. So initializing control plane. The control plane is the thing. For more information, see more information, community reference guide. So if we go down here, Qbdm is a tool built to Qbdm init and join the best path path. Qbdm performs actions necessary to get a minimum viable cluster up and running. We already read that. Instead, that's what they rewrote, not me. To bootstrap the Kubernetes control plane, join, upgrade, config, token, manage, reset, search, all that. That's the stuff that did not help. Okay. So init. This command initializes the Kubernetes control plane node. Run this command in order to set up the Kubernetes control plane. And when you do, it's going to put the certs internally automatically. HA considerations. Yes, this is the one I've been kind of dancing around. When setting up a production cluster, high availability clusters, ability to retain supports setting up of multiple control plane or multiple etcd clusters, creating high availability clusters with Qbdm. That's probably the one we need to read. There's a single node that accepts all traffic first and then distributes it between the nodes. I don't know about that. I don't think it does. I don't think there's any distribution going on the API server. There might be options for software load balancing. All right. Oh, wow. This is what we're reading. Okay. When setting up a cluster with one or more control planes, higher availability can be achieved by putting API server instances behind a load balancer and using the control-plane-endpoint option when running Qbdm init for the new cluster to use. So the control-plane-endpoint is the load balanced DNS entry endpoint. Of course, the load balancer itself should be high availability too. So this means you can't even use Qbdm in an HA environment until you set up multiple DNS entry sort of thing. And I can't do that on a host file. I can't simulate that. So I know I have a weird situation where I have host files on all my targets, but this makes me sound like I have to set up DNS before I do this. And there will be a master, and then they choose master in between based on their own logic. But not, you can do it that way. If you have an HA proxy on every control plane node that load balances traffic between the API servers on all nodes. Right. But do you put that on every control plane? Why? So that if one goes down, you can use the other one? Yeah. You have an HA proxy. You have an Nginx on there? And then what? Then you have like, what is your inbound access to it then, to Kubernetes, to the API? You probably have a DNS entry for that, right? Do you have a DNS entry that points to the HA proxies, the 3 different HA proxies, which are also distributed across the API servers on the different nodes? Yeah. I think I hear what you're saying. So when setting up a cluster with one or more control plane, higher availability can be achieved by putting the API server instances behind a load balancer. You have a provider VIP, and I use keep alive to manage the internal VIP. I don't know how to do that. I mean, because I don't want to have a single point of failure, so I would probably use the DNS thing. At our work, we have, I know it's using DNS because like sometimes when one of the API servers is down, every once in a while, kubectl will fail, and then it will work, and then it will fail, and it's because it's getting routed to a different IP based on DNS round robin. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but there is no single point of failure. There is if you're pointing all your inbound traffic to one of those things, there's got to be a DNS entry for each of the 3. I mean, what is the thing that people use to connect? I imagine it's the DNS record, because that's the only way you can split up multiple IPs across. It has to be, right? That's the point of the VIP, right? So you put the VIP on one system, and now that system's got a point of failure, doesn't it? Because if that system goes down, then you can't distribute anymore. I mean, or do you have redundancy in the VIP? Do you have redundancy in the VIP? Or you have that across multiple systems? It would be on a working node. One VIP or multiple? Oh, VRIP distributes the VIP across what? Something running internally? Is this within Kubernetes? I'm not following because I don't know what the VIP stuff is. So, yeah, kube-vip. I like the idea of just being able to run kube-vip instead of a full DNS thing. Let me read about kube-vip some more. Yeah, let's read about that. I want to read about this. This is actually really interesting to me. If I can get away without using a DNS round robin, I have a feeling it runs inside the cluster itself though, and then makes itself to an available API node. 1, if the node owning the VIP goes down, the other node is chosen and will take ownership of the VIP. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. So does this thing live in Kubernetes? It sounds like yes. See you, Chunk. kube-vip provides Kubernetes clusters with a virtual IP and load balancer for both the control plane. That part I know, but So this sounds like kube-vip is an implementation of ERP that is deployed as a Kubernetes application, right? And it would be done after. So you set up Qbdm, you would set up kubeadm and set up everything, and you would do the control plane endpoint argument to get. Is it a name? I mean, what does it give you? I mean, what is the? We still need to know what to type into the kubeadm command to get to that will ultimately go to kube-vip once we set it up. Or we could just make it a single endpoint and then change it later. Maybe that's the better way to do it. And then it sounds like you're doing kube-vip after you get your first version of the cluster running. I don't know. I'm just reading. Each will have a sole address. They will all share a single VIP. Yeah. Static installation. Static pods are Kubernetes pods that are run by the kubelet on a single node. And are not managed by a Kubernetes cluster itself. When did static pods become a thing? That's not a standard resource type. Is this a custom resource definition from the kube-vip people? And been there forever? We've just never used them, I guess. It is not listed in the Kubernetes as a standard type. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna prove it right now. Unless it was like on the bottom, creating static pods. Creating static pods. Pods. It's not a type. So it's just pods. Pods are small so you can create. So static just means it's mapped to a specific node. Is that what that means? Pods from the manifest folder. The YAML lives on disk, but not in the API. Oh, I did not know about this. Today's the first day I learned about it. Today I learned that there are pods that are defined in the. Are you talking about the kubelet stuff? The kubelet configuration API? Wow. Okay. I have never heard of that. I'm glad I did hear about that today. That's cool. I've been wanting to know if that was even possible. Are pods that are not defined by API, but in YAML locally. But in local YAML, I guess. Disk and launch data pods. That's the first time I've ever heard that. I did not know that was a thing. That is definitely not covered in the documentation. No. As well as application containers, the pod can contain init containers that run. Share context of pod as a Linux namespace. A set of containers are shared. I've never heard of being able to start a pod not from the API. Pods are generally not created directly, are created using workload resources. Static pods an hour ago. Yeah, but it's not covered in the main pod lifecycle information. That's why people don't know about it. Look, I miss stuff all the time, but it's because it's not in the fucking docs. And if it is in the docs, it's not in the tutorial about how to set up your cluster. And I mean, you can send me a link that you randomly found by searching, but that's totally different. They're on the CKA? Nice. Then why don't they fucking talk about them? Why don't they talk about them? It's not in any of the pod documentation. Working with pods. Remembration how pods are used with workload resources. Managing pods. Stateful set. Configuring pods and containers. They want them to go away? Yeah, I bet they do. God damn. I mean, look. How, calm down. There's just so much missing from the docs. It's like they have a chronic problem and they change this shit all the time. How pods are managed multiple containers. Individual pods, even singleton pods. Singleton pods. Kubernetes. So these are because pods are designed to be relatively ephemeral, disposable, created directly by you or indirectly by a controller. New pod is run a schedule on your node. The pod remains on the node until the pod finishes execution, deleted, evicted. Restoring a pod, blah, blah, blah. And then specific pod OS. Oh, expect that OS name, yeah. Pods controllers. Deployment stable set daemon set. I mean, I knew about daemon sets, but that's not a static pod. Workload pod templates, pod deployment jobs, daemon sets, each controller. I know what a fucking pod is. I just didn't know that you could have stateful ones. I mean, static ones. Pod workload. Kubernetes doesn't prevent you from managing pods directly. So fields in the pod. Manage metadata for a pod. Pod updates. When updating spec. They have no resolution, chicken and the egg, yeah. Qbdm is based on static pods. Well, I'm glad y'all are here to fill me in. Aren't you all glad out there, YouTube? Pods enable data sharing and communication of other constituent containers. The origin pod, I don't even want to talk about it. It makes me angry. The whole storage question just makes me fucking angry. Pod networking. No, they have their own network stuff. I'm not going to talk about that. Don't get busy. Don't get busy. It's true. System services and dead. And then a can of worms, yes. Then you have to have system B support. No, the real lifecycle control. Exactly. This is why I'm totally confused by them. Because they're completely against the entire mantra, principles, and, you know, dogmatic spiel religiously that's coming from Kubernetes. And now they're all of a sudden telling me they got a static resource. You can go to the underlying system and edit a fucking file and start up a pod that's not managed by Kubernetes. I'm a little bit upset. Because it's a fucking sin against Kubernetes to do that. And yet it's a standard thing for kubeadm. I gotta calm down. Okay. It's in a weird backwards way that you can't get to through any kubectl command whatsoever. Right? That's also not covered in any of the fucking documentation and any of the standard stuff. That is also on the test. Another reason not to take it. Oh, static pods. There you go. Right there with the big old header. I missed it. Well, that says a lot about me, doesn't it? It means I didn't read this far down the page. All right. So don't be me. I never read it. This is me. Pods. Okay. Pods. Okay. I'm out of here. I take everything back I said about it not being in the docs. There it is right there. Big fucking letters. It's also at the bottom of the docs, which is why I missed it all this time. It's like tucked away in the bottom 80% of the page, and I didn't read the whole page, to be fair. I read it fast. I thought I knew what pods were. I do not. Static pods are managed directly by the kubelet daemon. There you go. There it is. It's been there forever, as you said, without the API server observing them, whereas most pods are managed by the control plane, for example, deployment. Right. That's what I know pods from a deployment. It's like you have pods, you have a deployment. Occasionally you have pods by themselves, but it's really weird. Sometimes you can do sidecars to like get visibility into a deployment or something. The kubelet directly supervises each static pod and restarts if it fails. Static pods are always bound to one kubelet. Oopsie. In a specific node, the main use for static pods is to run self-hosted control plane. In other words, using the kubelet to supervise the individual control plane components. I know. I'll stop swearing. I lost my mind there. The kubelet automatically tries to create a mirror pod on the Kubernetes API. A mirror pod on the Kubernetes API server for each static pod. This means that the pods running on the node are visible to the API server but cannot be controlled. Who thought that was a good idea? No. I don't have money. You have to do that out of the goodness of your heart. This means that pods are running. This means that the pods running on a node are visible on the API server but cannot be controlled from there. Yeah, the kubelet automatically tries to create a mirror pod, which is apparently a thing. How would you even know a pod is a mirror pod? Is it like an attribute or some shit? It must be. Here we go. So let's see. Hey, how's it going, Jason? Certificates. It depends on what you want to do. Certificates and software development don't really go together, in my opinion. I made a huge video about the certificates. I did. An hour-long video. It has a diagram even. That's how fancy I got. Called Why Certify. Go watch that. If you want my opinion. That's an hour-long opinion. You can go watch it. It's really old, but it's still relevant. Mirror pod. A pod object that a kubelet uses to represent a static pod. There's two occurrences of the word static pod. And now I know what they were. People don't know what a pod is. They think a pod is a one-to-one with a container. It is not. You can have multiple containers in a pod. As weird as that sounds, you absolutely can. A pod is usually based on the IP. That really, let's be real. A pod is fundamentally associated with an IP, the end. Internally to the Kubernetes cluster. So, lots of stuff to learn here. I feel like I got schooled on static pod thing, but it would not be the first time. Anyway, so it uses static pods, huh? How would I even know it's a static pod? Like let's say I do a CRI-CTL on an endpoint because the pods are out of control, and there's probably some containers that are running that need to be killed specifically. And if you don't think this happens in Kubernetes, think again. There's a lot of times you have to actually go in there and not physically, but you have to like smack it in the head using, killing him. And how do you know when you've got one of those there's a static pod that needs to be restarted that the API can't restart? The kubelet will probably restart once you kill it. Mirror pods have some special properties. They're identical to the special annotation. Config.mirror. Nice. Did you find that? Was that in the docs? Where was that in the docs? I need to find out. Did not see that in the documentation anywhere. I'm trying to know because it's always pod name dash node name. Oh, is it? Well, that would help you identify it in the pod and the get pods. Yeah. But are any of those in like all? If I did Qbdm, if I did the whatever the kube system namespace, are there some in there that would show up? Oh, so they are -0. Huh. So they would show up. That explains a lot, actually. The world makes more sense to me now because I remember seeing those going, what the fuck? Why are these not random numbers? And now the difference is the ones that are randomized with UUIDs are managed by the API, and the ones that aren't are static. And now I know that by looking at the name. Yeah. Oh, CP0. Yeah, those are for control plane, but I don't know if we have that. I mean, my kubelet's not even running out there yet, so I still need to use kubeadm stuff. But this is definitely a roundabout way of getting this accomplished, but I welcome it. What this sounds like, what I'm trying to decide is can I actually install Kubernetes on here without and later do HA and still point all to the same control plane, and then go back in and change it. I think I can. That's really what I'm trying. That's really the main thing I'm trying to figure out here. Is am I going to shoot myself in the foot for HA later by because they go to a long, drawn out the kube-vip docs. Well, here's the thing. I don't have kube-vip at work, so at work we do this. Is there a way to look up what was set? At Qbdm time? I mean, I could probably go look that up. I'm trying to figure out if I wanted to go audit my system, how could I go look up what they said? I'm pretty sure that value is a DNS entry that's being round robin DNS within our internal company. And I'm trying to figure out, like, let's say if I was going to audit a system, see how they're doing the Kubernetes stuff, and I didn't know if they had kube-vip done or not. I want to do kube-vip. I think it's cool, but it's new and it's nothing I have in my enterprise. So I want to make sure I understand the alternatives before I do that. Static pods. Okay. Static pods are Kubernetes pods that are run by Qbdm on a single node. kube-vip. I like that kube-vip is... Did you write this, Gregor? kube-vip provides Kubernetes clusters with a virtual IP and load balancer for both the control plane for building a high availability cluster and Kubernetes services for type load balancer without relying on any external hardware stuff. Awesome. This seems really cool. Does this it sounds like it has to run in Kubernetes though. It's not incubation. I like it. I think it looks really cool because what is the alternative? Honestly, that's what it's, see, before he mentioned that BB is not for web devs. Restricted operations. What are you talking about, BB? Is it good for AppSec? I created a backend web dev who has almost been interested in security but would like to take a programming approach to it. Beginner boost. Beginner boost goes for everybody. I mean, beginner boost is for operations. The people that want to do stuff like I'm doing today, mostly. If you're gonna do back end development, then the beginner boost has a lot of good stuff in there, in my opinion. But you don't have to have that. You ask Leon. Leon's doing back end stuff, and he's uses the terminal very little and uses a lot of Node and TypeScript, and says that's back end. I don't agree. I love Leon, but I don't agree. So it depends on what you define back end to be. And I think you'd be far more prepared learning the stuff in the boost than how to code TypeScript and whatever. So that's all I want to say about that. We're back to this. So kube-vip. kube-vip provides Kubernetes clusters with virtual IP. What I want to know is what are people doing that aren't using this? And that's my question. That's the question on the table. How are people doing HA without it? And there is a page in Kubernetes officially about HA that we're going to read. And it does have kube-vip listed here. Okay, so high availability considerations. I think this is probably the most important document we've seen. So thank you. I think LBG sent this. This document contains with a load balancer. Yeah, but the load balancer can just be round robin DNS. It doesn't have to be a official load balancer. We have no official load balancer that I know of for our Kubernetes clusters. It's just round robin DNS, which is maybe bad. That's why I want to know. I'm kind of wondering why we're not using KubeVirt or VP. It doesn't work when the node fails. Yeah, it does. You just have to do it again until you get the one that works. Now I know that that's what we're doing because that's exactly what our kubectl commands do, which is bullshit. And you know what? We don't have, that's what HA proxy would be, right? So if any of them are up, then all of them distribute. We do not have a load balancer for ingress to your service. Yeah. No, okay, so there's a load balancer outside of ingress and all that stuff. You have to wait for the TTL to expire, exactly. Yeah. I'm gonna pause the YouTube video. I have to take a break, and I'm gonna do a little bit of querying internally. I want to see what we're doing. So, I have a feeling we're not doing any load balancing at all. For any of the kubeAPI input stuff, yeah. I know. That's the confusion. It's not the internal load balancing. I know they're different. I know. And that's the whole MetaLB thing if you want to do that as well. That's all internal load balancing within Kubernetes. It's totally different than am outside of the cluster and I want to get into the cluster reliably. I want to get to the API servers inside of the cluster, and I have 3 entry points. I mean, it's super easy to confuse those things. I was saying those very words because beginners get to mix them up all the time. They're like, what are you talking about? There's a bunch of stuff that does not come with Kubernetes that it relies on, especially if you want HA on-prem. And this is one of those things. And round-robin DNS, as you've been saying, is not good enough. I think kube-vip is probably the way I want to go. In fact, not to mention, I think I want to recommend this for our infrastructure. So I really want to run this down because I actually think we don't have any load balancing whatsoever on any of our clusters, period. So that's really bad. This is a data place. Yes, we're talking about the control plane. Just getting to the control planes reliably. So, and why are we going through this? Because you have to provide it to kubeadm as a command line if you're going to do it. Right? It says each one of the control planes you run on need to have the same argument, because they're all going to point to the same single point of entry for the load balancer, which is probably a DNS name. And this is where the it sounds like I might be able to cheat with kube-vip and not set up, then pick one of my control planes and then later on add kube-vip as the thing which runs inside Kubernetes. Sounds like, I don't know. I don't know anything about it yet. First of all, I want to find out if we already have a load balancer solution in place today because of work. And then we're gonna go forward with that kind of thing. So here's some music to listen to for a bit. We're running as a static pod. Okay, so that's where the term static pod came from. So that runs as a static pod. Got it. I feel much more informed now. And I actually value static pods much more now. So if kube-vip runs a static pod on my 3 control planes, then we now have, then it's not dependent on Kubernetes for running. And why are we not doing this? In fact, I'm kind of mad. Wait, how, the next thing we have to figure out is how to configure the kubectl stuff. Because how do you get to them? Are you saying that any one of the 3 should IP/hostname 643? An outright rate card. Fuck you. And the horse you came in on. Do you see how many hours that I stream and give away free shit? And you're gonna come in here with this "you should be paying me" shit? You want to get timed out? I don't give a shit about the conferences you've given. Time for me to go get a drink. I love you. Thank you for being here, Kreger. Get that shit out of here. That got it on YouTube. Oh, well. So here we are. We are back. I'm a little bit more chill now. And we're working on different things. So one of the reasons, let me turn my music off. So one of the reasons this is getting so weird is I am, considering a high availability cluster and how to do that. And so the piece that we're missing is the load balancing, and you have to have load balancing, or at least you have to have an idea of what you're going to do for your load balancing before you set up a true Kubernetes on-prem cluster for high availability. If you are just going to shoot from the hip and use DNS and stuff, which is what I think we're doing at work actually, then you're going to get outages because one of the systems not going to be down, and you're going to get like weird outages because that DNS is going to answer and it's not really there. And I've had that happen before. So I haven't really confirmed that. In fact, give me a few minutes. I'm going to go confirm that. I'm going to time you out, YouTube. Give me a sec. All right. So I'm trying to figure out what our load balancing solution at work is. And I'm using the command kubectl space cluster-info. You can't get info from Kubernetes. So when I do that, I get 2 things that says the Kubernetes control plane is running at boom, a single DNS entry on 6443, which is the API protocol. And then core DNS is running at boom, and it's got this big long URL. To me, that would imply that -- control-plane-endpoint from Qbdm was set to that name. Now I did a dig on the DNS entry, and there's no multiple IPs assigned to it, which means that is a single inbound API, which really explains a lot because our API is fucking slow, and I'm starting to think that that's done wrong. So I think that we could have had an HA proxy or a kube-vip or something that would have had multiple inbound points. I mean, maybe not. Maybe that IP number does the distribution on its own. It might also be an external to the case close to the. So it's not. I absolutely guarantee it's not. No. I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm trying to establish what that machine is and what's running on it. Like what's listening on 6443, right? And so I'm gonna do that right now. This is all work that okay, that is okay. Interesting. So, God, I don't even want to tell you what I just found out. So our dev cluster is distributed across three IP numbers. When I dig the okay, let me recreate my steps. K cluster info, K cluster dash info, right? Boom. Kubernetes control plane is running on blah DNS name. Thank you for the follow. Is running on X DNS name. Dig DNS name, right? Dig DNS name. 3 IPs. Round robin going to all 3 IPs. Okay? Exactly the same thing in a production cluster. Watch. This is so fucked up. I hate that I'm realizing how fucked up this is because I'm going to be the guy who's going to be boiling the water again. I'm going to be going back to my team and going, we are totally fucked. And they're going to be like, well, tell us how we're fucked. And I'm going to be like, we don't have load balancing set up properly. We're using the wrong container runtime, blah, blah, blah. All right. So fine. I'm going to do the next thing. All right. So the next thing is I'm going to change to the K config use context prod. Okay. I'm going to have to K-log into that, which I wrote. I'm super proud of that program. I am. That's really great. I mean, you have no idea how hard that was. I had to talk to an OIDC provider. I had to get the tokens. I had to save them in the kube-config YAML file. It was not trivial. In fact, if you look at the meme about this, there's like an iceberg for Kubernetes. The K-log and the kube control logins kind of things are like on the bottom of the iceberg buried under the water. But you have to have it in your enterprise to log in. Yeah. Okay, so same thing. Let's do a K space kubectl cluster dash info. Kubernetes control plane is running at blah, and I do dig blah, and I am on a single fucking IP. So our dev cluster is distributed across 3 IPs, which may or may not be up at any given moment. And our main production cluster is a single IP, which I hope to God is running some form of like load balancer on that machine. But even so, that's still, it's not using VRP. I guarantee it's not. I guarantee you it's not. But I need to find out if it is, right? So we're going to SSH into the thing. Yeah, so, I mean, this is our fucking production IP cluster, a production cluster. I just can't even get to the fucking thing. I should probably nmap it. That'd be funny. See what's up there. Am I on the VPN? I gotta be on the VPN. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm on the VPN. Oh, here's the phone call. All right, let me. I gotta time y'all out. I gotta time you out. Here's some more music. I talked to my recruiter. If you want a job, let me know. All right, so oh, sorry, I got to turn the music back off. So hopefully that wasn't enough to demonetize me because YouTube sucks. So I need to figure out what the hell is listening to the API incoming requests. Now, there are many things that could be running on that machine, right? There could be HA proxy running on there. There may be kube-vip running on there. I don't know. So I need to get on that machine and figure out what the hell, right? And as it stands, I can't even contact the fucking thing. Because, well, I can't SSH into it. I'm going to have to figure out what the IP number is. 22 is unreachable. I'm going to have to go on a login box. I got to get on my jump box. And then I believe I probably can do it after that. Yeah. So let me, okay, cluster info. And this is going to give me the different things. I know you're bored, but I'm trying to just figure some stuff out here so you can do the same thing on your enterprise. Just figure out if you even have load balancing in your Kubernetes cluster, which you probably don't. Or do you even have HA set up? And there's a good chance you don't, though. That's what I'm starting to believe. Good chance you actually don't. You maybe been told you do, and you absolutely don't. So, because it's hard. Load balancing is hard. Yeah, it definitely is. I'm trying to connect from a jump box, hoping that I have additional access. No route to host. Yeah, there's still no route. This is very odd. This makes me think that it might be an actual physical load balancer of some kind. It might actually be a load balancing system. They have load balancing hardware you can buy. I actually thought about buying one. There's Network Chuck actually covers one of them, but it's just a web-based one. I would want one that's not web-based. I would want an actual load balancer. Because they have hardware devices, and that would be the best thing. This is the thing they don't tell you. I'm actually thinking about adding a load balancer to my infrastructure to emulate this whole thing, a hardware load balancer. Which, if one of the IP connections is down, it just doesn't route to that thing. It sounds like possibly kube-vip might do that same sort of thing, and F5 might be affordable. I agreed. Proper hardware load balancer with RS-232 exactly, and I have no fucking idea what that is. I am not that guy. I don't deal in that sort of thing all the time. I'm usually in the application operations space, managing applications that are running and stuff. But in the networking load balancing space, I think is a real solid investment. I don't know. Are you making a joke that I don't get? Probably. Does it make sense to set up Kubernetes with virtual load balancing on VM on with 68 cores? Probably. TP-Link, multi-WAN, yeah. So I am really hoping that my infrastructure team, rather than having round-robin DNS for the dev cluster because they can't pay for the hardware there, they're actually using a hardware load balancer that I can't get to. In fact, I should probably nmap this thing. You think that's going to raise too many eyebrows? Let me see if I have nmap, just to get a sense of it. Yeah, they have nmap. What version do they have? nmap-v. They have version 6. You think so? You think if I scan it with an OS detection, I'm going to do it. Rather than go ask an infrastructure team member a question, what are we doing for load balancing? I'm going to actually fucking nmap it. Watch me get slapped. Okay, so let me see. So nmap, what is it? Dash SP. No, I don't want that because it's got ping. I can just do ping. I don't care. Yeah. How are you? How are you doing, Blighter? So it's running port 80 and 443. That's it. So it's definitely a load balancer. There's no SSH there at all. It's very, very interesting to me. That's not a full port scan. Let me actually do a -p22. I mean, I know it doesn't have it. So, oh wow, it's filtered. So nothing. C# ad bot. HTTP worker probably understand what's going. I don't know. I mean, Randall Schwartz got is a felony conviction for running John the Ripper on a password file as a bonus service and telling them that they had weak passwords. True story. It happened in the 90s. You just don't know, man. People get freaked out about different things. Is it in my core knowledge requirements? Basically, um, I'm trying to decide out do we have load balancing period. And I basically need to find out if this specific IP is a load balancer, a hardware load balancer, or if it's not. CS50? No, but it's probably good. CS50 is not going to hurt you for sure. Yeah, if you can do it, you can do that. I'm going to ask a question here. Issues are similar. Okay. Does anyone know if given IP number pardon me, oh my god, I'm like so burpy today. I feel like Rick. I don't have Rick's brain. Of course, Rick is a fictional character that we like to believe exists, but doesn't in reality. Does anyone know if blah is a hardware load balancer? I see that the equivalent for dev cluster is a round robin DNS IP. Yeah. What's that? Up NP, the MIT? Like the time you got slapped for SNMP walk on F5 devices. Did you do it back when that used to blue screen the web machines? There was a time in that would blue screen if you did an SMP walk. Yeah. It did. It used to. Well, oh, nice. Yeah. I'm still working on my own machines at home, at work actually, trying to establish whether we have a load balancer in place or not. I think we do actually. I want to say we do. I want to say we do. That's the only explanation because we have 5 control planes. It wouldn't make any sense for there to be one of them. I mean, actually, what I could do is I could look up the IPs of the control planes, which I guarantee you none of them are going to be with this IP. That would be really weird. So let's take a peek at that. It's got to be a hardware load balancer. It has to be. I just get no satisfaction. Get no grep master, which you can still do back then on 1.21. You can't do that on anything past 1.22. There's no more master. It's just control plane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. And let's see, we're gonna do. I mean, I guess I could get the IPs on these. All right, let's pipe that to, and then we'll awk the first item off of it. Awk print $1 to get the first item off of it, and then we're going to pass all of that into. We're gonna loop through that. So for I in blah 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 do echo dig I dot domain. Done. Dot full domain. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. And we're going to grep something from the front of that file, so I don't have to see the whole fucking file. It's quite the command line. I wish I could show it to you. Which gives me all the IP numbers for our control planes, none of which are the one in question. Nope. Which means that it's got to be a hardware load balancer. I mean, it has to be. It's got to be a hardware load balancer. That's the only answer. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, 110 or so for prod. We have multiple clusters. We have 4 clusters though. Yeah, at least the one we have more than 4 clusters, but those are the ones I control that I'm involved with. So yeah. All right. So back to where we were. Do I need a load balancer? And let's read about the HA stuff. So let's go back to this. Let's switch back to what we're doing. I did enough splunking at work to figure that out. So I feel like I have the answers I need. Do I have enough alcohol? No, not yet. All right. I did pause the YouTube just in case you're wondering. Hey, boom, I like suddenly have a drink in my hand. What time is it? It's 4:30 on a Friday. Otherwise known as Thursday. I'd say don't worry about LB for now. Set up a good grasp on how LB works. Yes, I agree. Really, the only reason WG that I got into this so deeply is because there's a lot of cautionary tales on the Kubernetes official docs that say thou shalt not omit this argument if you plan on doing HA. Well, the value for that argument is the DNS entry of this single point of entry for the API for Kubernetes. And I don't know what that is. And I don't know if I can change it later. I feel like I can. And I'm going to finish reading the HA considerations doc right now with everybody. But then when we go back to the standard documentation, which overemphasizes, make sure you have this argument because you can't add it later, right? But can you change it later? And how that plays with kube-vip and etc. You can also configure it in the future if you don't know what the value is, which I'm going to trust you on that, right? But that's there's no way you would ever know that from either of the docs. That's definitely not implied from the documentation about how to set up Qbdm HA. And then you've got this additional document, which is Qbdm. So this document contains a collection of community provided considerations for high availability. Go check it out on Kubernetes. So overview. We're gonna read this whole document. If that bores you, I'm sorry. Look away, go do something else, fast forward, whatever. When setting up a production cluster, high availability of the cluster's ability to remain operational, even if some control plane. I know what HA is. You don't have to tell me what the fuck is. Redundancy of the control plane nodes and etcd instances need to be created. Yes, got it. Okay. Yeah. Qbdm supports setting up multiple control planes and multiple etcd clusters, creating high availability clusters with Qbdm. For a step-by-step guide, we will definitely come back to that, and I plan on following that as opposed to the getting started guide for Qbdm, which says, it's basically, Minikube on steroids, the documentation. We don't want that. Still, there are some aspects to consider when set up, not part of Kubernetes itself, and hence they're not covered in project documentation. This document provides that. Options for software load balancing. When setting up a cluster with one or more control planes, higher availability achieved by putting API server instances behind a load balancer and using a control plane endpoint. This is specifically what we were just looking at when running Qbdm init for the new cluster to use it. It's still HA without load balancing, high availability without load balancing, but if the control plane node you're connected to from the outside the cluster goes down, you just change your kube config to change to the node. I see what you're saying. But weren't you the one who's setting up HA proxy on all 3? So I feel like the only way to get true HA is a hardware or software load balancer that's going to do the distribution. I mean, am I wrong on that? And how is that not a single point of failure? So I feel like to do this properly, you have to have a DNS load balancer so that when you query for a given DNS address, it only gives you a DNS name IP resolution, that's a system that's up. And I feel like that can only be done if you have a particular hardware solution. They get that wrong? What if the load balancer takes up too many cycles? Yeah. Instead, the cluster access to the API server will be load balanced by the default API servers. Yeah. Into software, they don't really plot that well with the Kates, and they are screwing us money-wise. It's not SPOF. What does that mean? This can be done. Okay. Well, I want to do it the right way, and right now I'm almost positive we have a physical load balancer that's censoring our IP addresses in work for production. And it's expensive and stuff. I would like to do the same thing using software if possible. A failover for load balancer just like for DHCP. That's what I'm talking about. Single point of failure. Oh, right. kube-vip is not a single point of failure. Physical LBs are deployed in pairs. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that's what's going on. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. I mean, for my home network, I would be okay with kube-vip being on multiple servers. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know if that's enough though. We'll have to see. Hey, thanks for the follow. Of course, the load balancer stuff should be highly available too. This is usually achieved by adding redundancy to the load balancer. So, in order to do so, a cluster of hosts managed by a virtual IP is set up in each host running an instance of the load balancer, so that always the load balancer on the host currently holding the VIP will be used while the others will be on standby. To set up a virtual IP, I think you pretty much have to have hardware for that, don't you? Don't you have to have I think I can actually set up a virtual IP in my OpenSense. No, you don't. Just VMs, really? I'm thinking about the VM thing you just said. Yeah. Can provide a VM with no VMs? Yeah, but how does it... Okay, well, we'll get there. In some environments, like in a data center, a dedicated load balancing component is provided by some cloud providers. This function may already be available. Oh, so we are using a load balancer Istio service at work. At work, we have a load balancer that's running Istio. Yeah. I need to look up something really quick. Virtual router redundancy protocol. That's the VRP stuff that y'all were talking about, right? Is it data plane? The data plane is river. So, I mean, Istio doesn't give it to you. You have to have Istio that goes with a piece of hardware that supports the Istio stuff. Right? So you can have multiple HA proxies that use VRP for HA. Then HA proxy takes care of load balancing HA for kubeAPI. Yeah. Very interesting. I appreciate all your input, everybody. Yeah, Istio alone is not enough. You have to have Istio and a load balancing device that knows Istio. I'm actually... I mean, round robin DNS is poor man's version of this, which is just down when it's down, right? This is to be on the same L2 segment, yeah. Yep. Using a load balance internal gRPC service. Entropy. No, I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm not writing anything. I'm just trying to get it to work. Discovery and load balancing Istio. It's the load balancing on a single source of multiple versions. I should by example. I wonder if this is the reason Istio is so popular. I don't know. I'm really trying to get a handle on what it is we actually use and how that would benefit. And then understanding very well how HA control plane works. Without LB, it's very hard to reason about it and choose an approach. Absolutely. So, I mean, if you're just getting started, you're going back to the Kubernetes documentation. It's like you have to provide a single control plane. Yeah. For the new clusters use. Of course, the load balancer stuff should be highly available too. We did this already. Since it's not approved for Kubernetes or Qbdm, and this must be taken care of separately. In the following sections, we give examples of how that have been working on for some people for a while. And this is the HA proxy. We've heard every one of these options suggested today, so I kind of want to read about them. For providing load balancing for a virtual IP, the combination of kubelet and HA proxy has been around for a long time and can be considered as well known and well tested. The kubelet service provides a virtual IP managed by a configurable health check. Due to the way the virtual IP is implemented, all of the hosts between which the virtual IP is negotiated need to be in the same IP subnet. Okay, they are. The HA proxy service can be configured for simple stream-based load balancing. This allowing TLS simple determination to be handled by the API service instances behind it. This combination can be run either as a service or on the operating system or as static pods. Static pods, and here's what Kreger was saying. Static pods, I've learned today, are things that are managed by the kubelet and not the API, not by kubectl. They're visible through kubectl, but not manageable by kubectl. They have to be configured by changing the underlying configuration files on the host running the kubelet. So the server configuration is identical for both cases. So it seems to me, wanting to close this spreads, one famously called, static pods sound cool, but they're also hated apparently by the Kubernetes industry because they want to get rid of them because they fly in the face of the baseline principles of Kubernetes, meaning ephemeral, everything just runs everything. They're like, now you have shit that has to be managed by SSHing into the server and changing a fucking file. Excuse the French. But, unless, I don't know, Gregor was talking about, contributing to cluster API and clusterctl, and perhaps these kinds of things, these static pods are managed by clusterctl, which would be lower level than Kubernetes itself, which runs, the framework kind of on top of all the nodes. So kubelet configuration. Yeah, kubelet configuration, it seems like some weird backdoor happened, yes. The kubelet configuration consists of two files, server configuration. I don't think we're doing kubelet. I don't think we're doing that. This is VRP, which is the thing I need to learn about, obviously. Crazy stuff. Stuff is like orders of magnitude more complex than it ever was before in the old school server days. Setting up a web server and all that kind of thing. That's why you should use them for things that can't be managed from the cluster because there's no cluster yet. Which is why Qbdm uses them, right? Because there's no cluster. So it's a way to use a pod without a cluster, right? And that makes sense. That makes sense. I can see the value of static, and that's why they're never going to go away, as y'all were saying. They're never going away because as long as Qbdm is a thing, as long as I imagine kube-vip is a thing, which also uses static pods, from what I'm reading. There are some placeholders in Bash. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we'll go. All VIP, whatever that is, API server curl. Go get the server, run our VIP, etc. It really is a chicken and the egg issue. It really is. That's kind of what's confusing. So some of you are talking about HA proxy config. Now I get it. These are all competing methods of load balancing inbound API requests that have to be done on a static pods because there's no fucking cluster. This is outside of the cluster scope. I love the eyes. Thank you. All right. So So I think I'm getting my head around it. I'm not dumb, but I haven't seen this before. So option 1, run the services on the operating system. Agent proxies keep alive. I mean, this is nice to read about, but I'm not going to do it. I know for a fact that we're using some sort of hardware load balancing at work in our production, and we're using round robin DNS. And fuck you if one of the API controllers is down. You sucks to be you. Keep trying again. In depth. To be fair, I should probably check our infrastructure cluster. Yeah. I have a feeling our infrastructure cluster is also using round robin DNS, which is fucked. Because, pardon me while I go check.